Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to what I am expecting to be the final Back the Log Off session to contend with Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Not gonna lie, this is going to be a big one. So, let's get on with it. Okay, April 6th, 11:23 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session. Is the defense ready?
Of course, Your Honor. We can begin whenever you want.
The prosecution has been ready from the start, Your Honor. Jill Crane, the attorney in charge of the defense, has passed on from this world. Furthermore, Sebastian DeBeste, the prosecutor in charge, has disappeared. And so, Francisca and Mr. Shields have taken over their duties. Before we begin, I would like to apologize for the delay of today's trial. As the crime took place in the prison, a place where justice is normally administered, and the defendant was the warden of the prison, further exacerbating the situation, additional time was specially arranged to investigate and prepare for the trial. In addition, the defense attorney in charge of the case, Jill Crane, has recently passed away. Due to these circumstances, the trial was further delayed. Mr. Shields, Ms. Von Karma, at this time I'd like you to give you my gratitude for taking up this responsibility on short notice.
I guess this is the last job Courtney Pie's friend left behind for us, huh? Well, Uncle Ray's more than happy to help out. Although, having said that, I only had enough time to skim through the case files. Are you okay on your end, Franny Pie?
What kind of prosecutor abandons his own case and vanishes without a trace? I won't allow any more delays in this trial while we wait for that foolish man to return. I have received the evidence just now. There should be no problem continuing the trial. You have my thanks. And with that, I hereby call the defendant, Patricia Rowland, to the stand. Ah, they gave her her coat back. That's nice. Now then, will the prosecution please give us their opening statement? Very well, Your Honor. The defendant... Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. What is it? Well, there's something I'd like you to fill me in on. Just what exactly am I doing in a place like this? Then perhaps you would do well to listen to the opening statement. So if I listen to it, I'll get it, huh? Okay then, let's hear it. That was the plan from the start. Now if you would kindly shut up and listen. The incident occurred in the detention center and the prison. Warden Rowland is in charge of. The victim is Horace Knightley, who was being held in the detention center. The prosecution is certain that this woman here is the culprit. This knife, the murder weapon, is the decisive Huh? Ms. Von Karma, is something wrong? That's impossible! The evidence is...
What's wrong with the evidence, Franny Pie?
The evidence! The knife's gone! The chisel with Dogan's bell attached to it is missing too!
What?
Order. Order. Prosecutor Von Karma, what is the meaning of this? I don't understand it either, Your Honor. If there's no evidence, then I suppose there's not much reason for me to be here. Some prosecutor can't even hold on to one little piece of evidence. What a dunce. I only received everything that the previous prosecutor had.
It appears the culprit is that pampered prosecutor, the boy Blunder. Hey, Courtney Pie.
What is it?
Your Honor, considering our predicament, what say we postpone the trial until later?
The defense's proposal is overruled.
Eh? Courtney pie?
I know, right? It'd be troubling for me if this trial were to be delayed any further. I just want everyone to know that I'm innocent, as soon as possible. Innocent? I've had more than enough of your foolish... Objection! And besides, you don't have any evidence, right? I recall a certain saying. In court, evidence is everything. Wasn't it? Since there's no evidence, that would make me innocent. Isn't that right, Your Honor? That is correct. Eh?
What?
The prosecution has not produced sufficient evidence to prove the defendant guilty. As such, I hereby find the defendant, Patricia Rowland.
Hold your horses, Courtney pie. You can't just declare her innocent all of a sudden.
Is something the matter? For the defense to object to a not guilty verdict.
Well, I mean, even you must know that the warden over there is guilty, right? You were there with us when we found the murder weapon.
Mr. Shields, a judge must remain impartial when handing down a verdict. That is why I cannot allow myself to get caught up in my own personal feelings. The person who was present when the murder weapon was discovered, and the judge sitting before you now, are two completely different people.
You're kidding, right?
I can only hand down a verdict based upon the evidence that was presented.
There is evidence. It's just, well, it's not here right now, but a few minutes, that's all I need. I'll find the evidence and return to court without fail. The prosecution requests a brief recess, Your Honor. The defense would also like a recess, Your Honor. Courtney pie, please.
I understand. I shall grant your request. Well, Justine, darling, aren't you wishy-washy today? This court will now adjourn for a 15-minute recess, during which the prosecution and the defense shall prepare for the resumption of the trial.
Understood, Your Honor. Phew, that was a close one.
Court is now adjourned.
Wait, so she's the mastermind? April 6th, 11:38 a.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby.
Didn't we find it together? The evidence?
Yes, we certainly did.
Huh?
What's the matter, detective?
It looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator.
Really? Why?
Of course, and that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this.
The chisel?
Wasn't that just the fake murder weapon?
Dogan hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth, and the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way.
Ah,
The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator.
I wonder if it was stolen by someone.
Mr. Edgeworth! Ms. Berry and Mr. Keyes, did you come to attend the trial?
I came because I heard there's a really fun show around here. So where is it?
The trial for the case I got caught up in it was supposed to have already started, but our practice ran a little late. I believe it was somewhere around here, wasn't it?
Actually, two key pieces of evidence have gone missing. The chisel and the knife. The trial's in recess now. Sort of like an intermission. You just missed it, Simon.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Looks like Simon's going to get arrested again.
No way, I can't.
I guess Simon is his usual noisy self. Huh?
To think that I would be humiliated like this.
Oh god, it's... And here comes another noisy individual.
Now, friend pie, let's just take a moment and calm down a bit. Maybe you could put that whip of yours away, What do you say?
That foolish prosecutor! When I get my hands on him, my whip is going to give him the thrashing of a lifetime!
Eek! Miles, why don't you try talking to her?
Good grief. On that note, I guess I should probably hear what she has to say.
Oh, if it isn't former prosecutor Miles Edgeworth.
Francisca.
Those who have abandoned the pets of the prosecutor do not belong here. Now be a good boy and go home. Figure out what you want to do with your life.
And still, what are you going to do, Francisca? The recess is only 15 minutes.
Gah, you're always so calm and collected. Like an anchorman reading off a teleprompter. It makes me sick!
I should probably stay classy and avoid a confrontation with her for now. Francisca, I never expected you to end up taking over the prosecution for this case.
The bodyguard of the president of Zhengfa, Horace Knightley, was murdered. The defendant is the former warden of the prison, Patricia Rowland. The knife she used as a murder weapon had been prepared as evidence.
However, the murder weapon has disappeared without a trace.
Not only did he abandon his own case, but he also made me look like a fool in court. The next time I see that foolish fool of a prosecutor, I'll whip some backbone into him.
I don't mind if you whip some backbone into him, but stop whipping innocent bystanders. Let's try talking to...
Okay, looks like you've gotten your memories back.
Yeah, I'm all better now.
Uncle Ray was really worried, you know. Though that other K was also pretty cute. Well then, now that you've recovered, how about a hug for old time's sake?
Nope. We need to focus on the trial right now.
Yeah, things aren't looking good. At any rate, we'll have to search for the evidence. But we can't interrupt the trial. Uncle Ray's in a pickle. If only there was someone who could find the evidence for us.
That look of expectation on your face says it all.
Miles, you still don't have your prosecutor's badge, right? Do you finally feel like following in your father's footsteps?
I simply left it in someone else's care. I wasn't stripped of my badge. Furthermore, right now I'm unable to follow in my father's footsteps.
I see. Well, there's no need to rush your decision. Take all the time you need to determine the path you want to follow. In any case, the door is always open for you at the Edgeworth Law Offices.
Mr. Shields.
If only there were someone who could go search for the evidence for us.
Very well, I'll go look for them.
Oh, Miles, you'd do that for us?
Of course, finding the evidence within 15 minutes will be no easy task.
Well, if worst comes to worst, Uncle Ray and Frantipi will help you stall for time. Until you recover the evidence, we won't let her hand down a verdict.
Please do so. Francisca, are you okay with this?
You're asking me, Francisca von Karma, to help you out? You'd be better off spending the rest of your life as an anchorman for the local news.
Ms. Von Karma, this is an emergency. We could really use your cooperation.
I understand. As acting prosecutor, I, along with that attorney over there, shall continue this trial. Meanwhile, you, the former prosecutor, shall run around and look for the evidence. All for my sake. It's a job that suits you perfectly.
I'm glad that you're on board.
I'll help too, because I really don't want to get arrested again. This sounds like fun. Regina wants to tag along too.
All right, that would be helpful. Now then, where should we begin?
I think we should go find that person and hear what they have to say.
Who should we talk to in order to learn where the evidence went?
That would be Sebastian, of course.
Yes, the person in charge of the evidence was Sebastian DeBeste.
Ah, you mean that rookie prosecutor, right? Got it!
I'll leave him to you.
Alrighty, time for Uncle Ray to have a strategy meeting with the opposing counsel. Just the two of them.
Miles Edgeworth, you better not keep me waiting, lest you end up like your friend here.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
Grandpa, wait for me!
Now then, let's go help look for Sebastian as well.
Huh.
Judge Courtney.
If it isn't Prosecutor Edgeworth, I hope that all is well. All is not well! Just what was going on in that trial earlier!
Okay, there's no need for that.
But, even though Miss Courtney should know exactly who the culprit is, what made you... In a court of law, the only thing that truly matters is evidence. Whatever my own feelings may be, it should not affect the verdict.
And so, is this the judge persona of Courtney of Courtney Justine? God, what I was... And so, is this the judge persona of Justine Courtney we're seeing?
Cold-blooded and heartless. It's fine if you think of me as such.
Even as a judge, she's still this stubborn. Judge Courtney, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you.
And what would that be?
2 nights ago, you went to the roof of the Grand Tower.
The roof, you say?
You met with the president there, correct? The 2 of you were caught on the security camera.
Is there some sort of problem with that?
Today, the president's body was discovered, very close to the Grand Tower.
That's...
You understand now, don't you? You're a suspect. What happened between you and the president up on that roof?
Nothing. We merely spoke for a few minutes. Once our business was done, I headed straight home. I took the elevator back down alone.
Indeed, that was shown on the security camera footage as well. What exactly did you and the president talk about?
That... I cannot say.
I see. However, I cannot afford to let up just yet. That being the case, I guess my only remaining option is to use that. She is definitely hiding something, and I'm going to draw it out of her.
It's just time.
2 nights ago, Judge Courtney met with President Huang.
It is true that I spoke with President Huang on the roof of the Grand Tower. However, we only discussed business. There is no need to tell you what was said.
Just like in the trial earlier, she won't reveal her personal feelings easily. When she's speaking as a judge, it would be better for me to wait and see what develops. Now then, I'll start by asking her what she talked about with the president.
Begin logic chess!
Could you tell me what you and the president talked about?
My meeting with the president was strictly business. And since it has nothing to do with you, I am not obligated to answer your question. I appreciate your understanding.
Even so, you certainly are a very busy person, aren't you? You're a member of the PIC and a judge as well. You even assist with the investigations.
I am simply fulfilling the professional duties that have been assigned to me.
Was your meeting with the president also one of the duties assigned to you as a judge?
Yes, of course it was. I am one who lives for the law. I would never act outside my professional duties.
This morning, you returned Kay's promise notebook to me. I don't believe that all of your actions are simply done for the sake of your duties.
It's true. It seems I still retain some immature qualities.
I wouldn't call it immature. It was your own personal kindness. Weren't you also distressed when you found out the president had passed away?
Yes, it is very unfortunate. Why did he have to die?
It seems he was crushed by the head of a monster called the mighty Muzilla. Excuse me. You see, Muzilla is...
Is that true? You mean, the president died at the temporary Muzilla film lot?
Yes, that's right. I'm surprised that you know about Muzilla.
Yes. I had heard about it from Sebastian. He told me that the movie was being filmed near the Grand Tower.
She seems awfully shaken up about that. And I'm also curious about Sebastian, who went missing along with the evidence. She said she wouldn't talk about the president. However, I might be able to get her to reveal his secret through another line of questioning. She is flustered beyond normal. There must be some reason behind it.
Oh, I can actually save during these too. Okay, cool. Well, I'm not going to, but it's good to know, you know?
Where is Prosecutor DeBeste? Francisca may have taken over the prosecution in Sebastian's place. However, as long as he still possesses some of the evidence, the trial cannot proceed.
I intend to carry out a fair trial. If the prosecution is unable to present evidence, the defendant must be declared not guilty.
You and the defendant are both guilty.
I am a judge. I cannot allow my own personal feelings to get in the way.
So, you're saying you're not the least bit worried about Sebastian's whereabouts?
Of course, I am. I am worried about Sebastian as well, but
You're worried about Sebastian as well? Wouldn't that mean that there is someone else you're worried about? By any chance, would that person have something to do with your unnatural behavior?
that's impossible. I'm a follower of the law. I will not be swayed by personal feelings.
It may be true that those who stand in court have a duty to follow the law. However, we're not superheroes. You and I are only human. It is impossible to completely ignore your own feelings and render an impartial judgment.
It is as you say, as I am now. I cannot hand down an impartial verdict.
Judge Courtney, why don't you tell me the truth?
Just what am I supposed to do?
Oh, wow, that's a new sprite.
For Judge Courtney to become this distraught, I should find out exactly who she is searching for. Up until now, she has been wearing the mask of a judge. This time, I should be able to draw out her true feelings.
Who are you searching for?
Judge Courtney, tell me who you are searching for.
My lips are sealed. That is not something I can talk about right now.
I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Is the person you're searching for Sebastian by any chance?
When Sebastian learned of his father's true colors, he went into hiding of his own free will. I am worried about him, but this may be a trial he needs to overcome on his own.
Wait and see.
Since he went into hiding of his own accord, he could return whenever he wanted to.
Could it be the person you're searching for is unable to return under their own power?
In regards to that, my lips are sealed. I am unable to talk about it right now. When I think about what might happen to that child if I talked.
That child? Could you tell me who you are referring to?
It's nothing. Please pay it no mind.
Judge Courtney's expression has changed. It seems I've managed to uncover a clue.
Wait, I think I know who she's looking for.
Judge Courtney, tell me who you are searching for.
My lips are sealed. That is not something I can talk about right now.
Let me try using that clue. Could it be you're searching for that child who has gone missing?
Ah!
Since you said it was a child, I presume they're of a young age, correct?
I simply cannot answer any questions about him. That boy has nothing to do with you, or the president's assassination.
I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack.
Okay, so I have to search for Mozilla.
Are you searching for the mighty Mozilla?
I don't have the time to play along with your jokes right now.
It's not a joke. Just a moment ago, you were surprised to learn that the president had been crushed by Mozilla, correct?
I was simply surprised by the president's cause of death. To think that he passed away at the temporary film lot, of all places.
From the way you're talking, it seems you have a problem with where he died?
That's not true. It's just for the president to have passed away at a film lot, a place where dreams are made. I just thought it would be better if the movie's cast and crew remained unaware of the truth.
I'm very sorry to say this. However, the movie's cast and crew are already aware of the president's death. I encountered a female staff member and John Marsh at the crime scene.
No! How could it have come to this?
She seems to react strongly when it comes to the staff of the Mozilla film. This could be a useful clue.
Okay, we're just going to... Yep.
Let me try using that clue. Earlier, when Mozilla was brought up, it seemed to be a sensitive topic for you. Is that child you spoke of involved with the Mozilla movie?
How? How do you know that?
You're usually so calm, yet you seem rather distraught right now. Please tell me, who is that child?
I understand. If you come to know this much, I shall prepare myself for the worst. The child I'm searching for is a boy by the name of John Marsh.
John? Why do you want to know his whereabouts?
Well, that much I simply cannot say.
Oh my god, is she John's mom? Or maybe like his...
Judge Courtney, didn't you say you were prepared for the worst? Even if you don't intend to talk, I'm determined to expose the truth. That is my resolve. Why is she searching for John? I must get her to tell me the reason. Are you a fan of his? Could it be that you're a fan of John Marsh?
Yes. That's right. I am a fan of John Marsh, the famous child actor who has been called a prodigy.
Wait and see.
I knew his movie was being filmed in front of the I knew his movie was being filmed in front of the Grand Tower, so the temporary film lot had been on my mind.
I see. I suppose a fan would be curious about that. Did you know that John was at the temporary film lot?
Yes, of course I did. He said they would be filming there all day today, and yet...
Did you hear that from... It almost sounds as if John himself told you personally. I doubt he would give his schedule to a mere fan.
That's true, isn't it? Please don't pay any mind to that statement.
She made another slip of the tongue. She must be really worried about John. So she has spoken with John. This could be a useful clue. Are you acquainted with John by any chance?
He is a famous movie star. I doubt there is anyone who doesn't know who he is.
I actually hadn't heard of him until I met him today.
That just proves you have much to learn. Allow me to give you a lesson. I know everything about him.
Then what's his favorite food?
My apologies. I seem to have lost my composure.
You tend to lose your calm whenever the conversation turns to John, don't you?
In any case, while I may know everything about John, it is a one-sided relationship.
Let me try using that clue. I understand you're worried about him, but aren't you a bit too flustered? You told me earlier that you had spoken with John. Doesn't that prove that you are indeed acquainted with him?
How could I have committed such an indiscretion?
It appears that John and Judge Courtney are acquaintances. This could be a vital clue. Actually, we are searching for John as well. Would you happen to have any idea where he might be?
Why would you think that I would know where he is? John and I. There's no connection between us.
Let me try using that clue. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with John, but at the very least, the two of you must be acquaintances.
Eek!
Judge Courtney, won't you allow us to help you in your search for him?
Help? No, that won't be allowed.
Who won't allow it? The so-called goddess of law?
The person who knows where that child is.
Here we go. We got her.
I see. Finally, I've connected all the pieces of the puzzle. The reason why you cannot easily talk about John, it was because someone kidnapped him, isn't that right? Judge Courtney, I would like to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. This time, I will be... this time, I will truly be prepared for the worst. It is just as you deduced. Someone has kidnapped John.
As I thought, there was a kidnapping. Still, how is John's kidnapping related to you in any way?
John and I are... mother and child.
I knew it! I knew she was his mom! What? I was unable to learn much about the conversation she had with the president, but I have learned of John's kidnapping. It was an unexpected result, but with that, it's checkmate.
Logic chess complete!
What? John is Miss Courtney's son? No way. I mean, he's already so big for him to be your... Yes, John is indeed my son. Please look at this.
This is a clipping from a magazine.
It's an article about John. Do you always carry this around with you? Yes, I always keep it close by. It's like a charm to me.
It seems the bond that they share is a strong one. However, are you absolutely certain that he's been kidnapped?
Yes, I received a call from the kidnapper just before the trial started.
What were their demands?
They had only one demand, a not guilty verdict for Patricia Rowland.
I see. So that's what happened.
Since there's no evidence, that would make me innocent. Isn't that right, Your Honor? That is correct. The prosecution has not produced sufficient evidence to prove the defendant guilty. As such, I hereby find the defendant, Patricia Rowland.
So, that's why you were going to deliver a not guilty verdict earlier.
I am not qualified to be a judge. A judge must be able to remain impartial and composed, above all else. And yet, despite this, in the trial just now, I was about to hand down a verdict that was led solely by my heart.
Judge Courtney?
The goddess of law must be furious with me. But I simply couldn't do it. I couldn't hand down a fair verdict, if it meant I had to sacrifice my own son. Objection! Of course you can't!
Okay.
A real parent would never abandon their own child. If that makes the goddess of law angry, then maybe the goddess is the one who's wrong. The goddess is guilty. Guilty! Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, to declare a goddess guilty. We're responsible for upholding the law, but at the same time, we are only human. Nobody would hand down a verdict that would sacrifice their own child.
Thank you very much, Miss Faraday, Prosecutor Edgeworth. However, I cannot simply run away from the courtroom.
Judge Courtney, so this is where you've been.
It appears it's time. Miss Courtney! My father, he was a prosecutor.
Your father?
Yes, he stood in court just like you. And now, with all that has happened, it got me thinking. What if my father had been in the same position as you are now? If a prosecutor was being coerced into obtaining a guilty verdict? I know, if my life were on the line, my father would definitely come to steal me back.
Steal you back?
Miss Courtney, why don't you let us take care of it?
What?
I'm gonna go steal John back for you. As the second Yatagarasu, I, Kay Faraday, give you my word.
So the great thief Yatagarasu plans to steal the truth, huh? What say you, Judge Courtney? Will you place your trust in our young great thief?
Prosecutor Edgeworth.
And if it's all right with you, I wish to help as well.
Thank you very much. I know that it's really not my place to ask this of you. But please, do whatever you can. Please save John. You got it! Just leave everything to us! Allow me to leave my cell phone with you. you may get a call from the kidnapper at some point.
You have my word. I will ensure the safe return of your phone, along with your son.
And I will do everything in my power to prolong the trial. But even then, at most, the trial can only last for about 2 more hours.
2 hours, huh? So, until 2 p.m. That's our time frame.
I must return to court. Miss Faraday, Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave the rest to you.
Okay, so she wasn't the bad guy. Maybe Ray is the bad guy.
Okay, I thought you were taking a break from being the great thief.
As of right now, the great thief Yatagarasu is back in business. All right, time to put on the gloves and hit the pavement. It's my first request, after all.
Is that so? In that case, we'd better begin our investigation post-haste. If we hope to track down John.
Where'd he run off to?
He might have just gone back home.
That's right. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to get any filming done today.
Or he may have run away.
We should probably begin our investigation from the front of the Grand Tower.
Hey, hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. You're not the one in charge anymore. From here on out, this is a job for a great thief, which means I'm the leader now.
If that's the case, then what am I supposed to do?
Mr. Edgeworth, you get to be the first ever great thief's assistant.
So, I'm a thief's assistant now.
All right, let's get going. The great thief Yatagarasu takes flight once again.
Great. That was enjoyable. April 6th, 12:10 p.m. Outside Grand Tower Plaza.
Here we are, the scene of the crime. Let's get to work. Now stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Say what?
Even in the depths of night. Aw, come on, say the rest with me.
And just why should I do that?
Because the great thief Yatagarasu has arrived on the scene. If we don't say the introduction, it just doesn't feel right.
I have no intention of becoming a thief.
Arg, fine then. I'll do it by myself. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dare to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu.
Yes, Kay, I know you are. I, on the other hand, am starting the investigation.
You're no fun.
We don't have time for fun. We only have until 2 o'clock. We need to begin making inquiries immediately.
Good thing we have a photo so we can go right ahead and start asking around.
Outside Grand Tower. Wait! It cannot be! The man himself! Long time no see, Mr. Edgeworth.
This is Will Powers. He is an action star I met in a previous case. He also played the role of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. It's been a long time.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, a great thief. Some stuff has happened, so now Mr. Edgeworth is my assistant.
Nice to meet you, but a thief? And Mr. Edgeworth is your assistant?
Please, pay it no heed. More importantly, I'd like to ask you some questions about the case.
Okay. I don't know if I'll be much help, though.
He's an actor who has been working with John. It may be a bit sudden, but let's hear what he has to say.
I had heard that you were handling the investigation for this case, but...
Well, I'm not the prosecutor in charge, though.
But if you're the assistant, then does that mean that Kay is in charge?
No, this is just a simple
You've got a good eye on you. You're completely right.
She jumped at the chance.
Since I'm in charge here, I'd like you to answer a few questions post-haste, and please be frank. Did anything happen to catch your eye? Ergo, didn't you notice anything?
Who was she trying to imitate?
Be frank, huh? Well, I feel sorry for the victim, but I can't help but worry at what will happen with the filming from now on.
No, that's only natural. Still, I would think that filming would be difficult now.
I knew it! This is bad! We can only use this location for a little while longer, too.
Is the filming almost complete, then?
No, but construction will begin here soon, so we won't be able to film here anymore. We're only using this vacant lot until the construction begins.
So, the rest of the movie will be filmed at Global Studios.
Things aren't looking so good. There's even some people spreading bad rumors.
Bad rumors?
Lately, a journalist has been coming by repeatedly saying, "This film light's hiding a real monster, I reckon. There ain't no use hiding it," and stuff like that.
I have a feeling I know who you're talking about.
Yes, it was that photographer from before.
You're not actually hiding a real monster, are you?
Of course not. If there really was one, I'd be out of a job.
I love Willpower so much. It seems they're putting a lot of work into this movie.
That's because this is our first attempt at making a sequel to an old classic. Global Studios is pouring their heart and soul into this one.
I wish they'd put that much effort into making a new Steel Samurai series. What role are you playing this time, Mr. Powers?
I'm playing the mighty Moozilla.
Wow, you're the main character.
Well, much obliged. I'm wearing a full body costume again, so my face won't be seen this time either.
I see. That costume sure is cool, though. I want to try wearing it too. I know. How about next time you let me get in the costume? Maybe just the horn part?
That's not really possible. You can't get inside the horns.
Well, I guess that makes sense. I'm not in the Screen Actors Guild after all.
I don't think that's what he means. I would like to ask you some questions about John.
About John? I heard about it from the girl on staff. How he suddenly vanished from right in front of you guys. That's just like him.
Does he do that a lot?
I'd say so. During filming breaks, if you even took your eyes off him for a moment, he'd be gone.
Do you have any idea as to where he might have gone?
I don't know, but I ran into him as he was leaving the film lot.
What? Really? Where did John go?
I saw him get in the trailer, but when I was checking the equipment, he was gone again.
The trailer, huh? There might still be some traces of him left behind. Mr. Powers, could you show us the trailer?
Sure thing. It's a bit of a mess right now, though.
Let's take him up on his offer and examine the inside of the trailer. Pieces of film equipment have been placed here. How are you filming today?
No, we had to stop filming for today, since a box has disappeared.
A box? What is he talking about?
Yeah, there was some equipment in that box. I take my Oz effort for a few seconds and look what happens.
So there's a thief among us?
No. No. Bad. Bad game. That's a bad game. No. 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 I wasn't happy when Danganronpa did that, and I'm not happy when you're doing it either. No. Bad game. Exactly what was stolen?
Nothing much, actually. Just the box is missing.
Why would someone steal a box? Personally, I would have taken the stuff inside.
They probably wanted the box more than anything. They probably wanted the box more than whatever was inside it. Did they plan to put something inside the box?
Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Your face looks so serious.
Have you picked up any passengers here today?
Oh, I sure did, but it was only one group.
What did they look like?
It was a pair of men. They were both wearing black.
Did you happen to see a small boy with them? Here's a picture of him.
Here's a picture of him.
Nope, it was just the two guys.
I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. I was hoping he would have some more information for us, but I guess not.
Thank you for your hard work, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I'm not a prosecutor at the moment, but I'll keep quiet about that for now. Thank you. What are you doing here?
Sir, I'm on guard duty.
Then could you tell me about the cars that have passed through here today?
The only ones that came through here were that taxi and that blue truck.
So, 2 different vehicles came through this place. This is valuable information.
Hey, John! Guess he's not here. This basket looked pretty suspicious to me, but...
It certainly does.
Huh? What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The truck's body is cooled to the touch. It seems to have been parked here for some time.
You can figure all that out just by touching it?
Considering the length of time it's been parked here, the driver must not be nearby. I suppose we won't be able to ask them any questions until they return. Blue truck data jotted down in my organizer. About John's seat.
Ah, it's over there where the backpack is sitting.
Something is sticking out of the bag. This is a tape.
Huh? It's a tape for filming. Why does John have one?
Did he film something? This might be a clue. Is there any way to check its contents?
We have a monitor to look over the footage that was filmed. We can use that. Now then, let's see what's on the tape.
This is... It looks like when John was practicing.
John was practicing by himself.
The monster's footprints can be seen as well. So this must have been recorded last night.
He does that sometimes. When he's not happy with his performance, he'll sneak onto the set to practice by himself.
Wow, he really is hardworking.
He sure is. Although he's young, he's a real pro. He never rests until he's satisfied. Then again, I can't say that I approve of him using the equipment without asking.
John is able to operate the equipment by himself?
More or less, if it's just basic filming.
Huh?
What's wrong? Why isn't John on the screen anymore?
I think he ran off somewhere just a few seconds before this.
Did he go somewhere while the camera was still recording? The tape ends here. It looks like that was all that was recorded.
No one else was on camera except for John.
John's practice video data jotted down in my organizer. It's already 12:30.
I wonder how Miss Courtney and the others are holding up.
How long will they be able to prolong the trial?
We gotta hurry and find John.
Indeed.
Ah, heck no! That ain't how it's done! Oh my god, yes! They're together now. You ain't gonna catch a scoop like that.
So sorry, Chief.
What am I always telling you? We're beasts, scoop-eating animals. It's scoop or starve. No story, no glory. You gotta get fired up.
Yes, sir. As expected of my mentor.
They're here. It's those noisy reporters.
Hey, they came here too. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's go talk to them.
Good grief, if we must.
What do you want? Are you snooping around again?
That's my line. Did Ms. Swift call you her mentor just now?
She sure did. Nicole's my #1 pupil. She says she fell in love with the photos from my scoops. Even if our jobs are different, our passion for scoops is the same, let me tell you. Ever since then, she's been all cute-like, calling me stuff like Master and Chief.
So she fell in love with Miss Hart's photos. I guess you could say, like teacher, like student.
She's still got a ways to go in gathering information, but her passion's a match for mine. Seems like she was trying to catch the scoop about Mozilla's appearance. She's been circling around these parts all day long.
Circling around this area? Maybe she witnessed the kidnapping. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like we'll need to hear what she has to say.
Indeed, we need more information about John. Let's show Miss Swift that piece of evidence and ask her about him.
If it ain't Mr. Edgeworth, so we meet again.
Miss Swift, why are you here? You were set up as the suspect for the murder, and still your involvement with the fake assassination plan remains a fact. You'll have to submit to police questioning later. You should know that there's still a possibility you may be charged with some crime.
For some reason, my questioning was stopped all of a sudden. After a while, they just let me out and told me I could go home scot-free. Must be some kind of message saying I need to keep on doing my best out there, I reckon. Well, they did give me a pretty stern warning not to reveal anything about the case.
In the official statement released to the public about the assassination attempt, Miss Swift was not involved. That must have been the reason why they let her go.
But Mr. Edgeworth, attempting to silence Nicole like this is like trying to plug a leaky dam with your bare hands.
She was quick to say something so harsh.
I quickly put together the full details of everything I knew about the case, sprinkled in some of my own dramatizations, and brought the article into a publisher. But for some reason, I haven't gotten any replies yet.
Were they pressured to keep quiet, or were her dramatizations simply too much? Both are probable, so I'm not sure which is true.
At that moment, the prosecutor presents his evidence. A faintly shining... What did you just show me?
Never mind. Looks like she doesn't know anything about it.
Oh, okay. Wrong again. Okay, wrong again. Oh.
Miss Swift, I'm sorry, but about this photo...
You ain't gotta say it. I know exactly what's going on.
What do you mean?
You're searching for him, ain't you? That boy.
What?
Things are still pretty tough for you, I see. Miles Edgeworth, the man of crime. Where he goes, dead bodies are sure to follow. Or something like that.
That's a terrible reputation to have.
Who would have thought this time there'd be a kidnapping incident? What? How did you know about that? Shh. Could you keep it down a little? This material is top secret. I ain't even told my mentor about it yet. Y'all gotta keep it secret for me. If she finds out, I'll be a goner.
Why, do you know? Judge Courtney should have only told us.
I ain't telling that to anyone. Not even you, Mr. Prosecutor.
It seems this reporter still hasn't learned her lesson.
You can give me the stink eye all you want. I still ain't telling. Do you know something about it? Truth is, I done saw it myself. A boy being taken away by a couple of men in black. What? Where'd they go? That I don't know. They were too far away, so I lost sight of them. Darn it! But at least we know what the criminals looked like.
Yes, a pair of men in black.
Okay, let's do a little logicking. Okay, so, let's see.
We've now collected some testimony regarding the culprits. Miss Swift says she saw two men slip away with John. Furthermore, the taxi driver says he picked up two men in his taxi.
They must be the same guys.
It seems likely. However, there is still a problem. According to the taxi driver, the two men were alone. John wasn't with them.
Yeah, you're right. That is a problem.
Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Okay, yeah, alright, there we go, alright.
Well, now, let's see. I doubt that's right, but let's try.
Oh, I was right. Okay, great.
What if the kidnappers stole the box?
Huh, you mean they...
Exactly. They took it in order to carry John inside it.
John's a tiny kid after all. Then the reason the taxi driver didn't see John was because...
It's likely he was put in the trunk as the kidnappers' luggage.
But why do they need to go through all the trouble of hiding him?
At first, the kidnappers must have intended to abduct him without being seen. However, they didn't anticipate all the policemen in the plaza.
I see. If they tried to just walk away with him, they would have been spotted.
Just the mere presence of policemen would have been a sizable threat.
I get it. In that case, we gotta ask the taxi... In that case, we gotta ask the taxi driver.
Did the two men you told us about have any... Did the two men you told us about earlier have any luggage with them?
Yeah, they stuffed a huge box in the trunk.
Then that's it. Those guys must be the kidnappers.
Do you remember where you took those men?
Sounds to me like something serious has gone down here. If you'd like, I could take you to the same place I took them.
Let's do it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, thank you for your help.
No problemo, just leave it to me. Investigation complete.
April 6th, 12:57 p.m. That taxi drove way too fast. I don't feel too good. Mr. Edgeworth, are you all right? Your face is really pale.
I'm fine. The driver said they came to this house's garage.
This must be where those two men brought the box. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, look at the nameplate on the door.
Nameplate? What? Blaze DeBeste?
So this is the chairman's house.
Does that mean the one who kidnapped John was Blaze DeBeste? Blaze should have already been arrested, though.
Ah, the garage door is unlocked.
You really do have a good eye for this sort of thing.
Ah,
it smells like motor oil. Maintaining that motorcycle must be Blaze's hobby.
Excuse me. We're coming in. Anybody home?
Doing something like this, it's as if we're a couple of petty thieves.
Shh, be quiet. Right now we're great thieves. Have some self-awareness.
She scolded me. Nobody's here. For now, it looks like we can get through this without being arrested.
This isn't the time to be relieved. Now the real deal begins. Let's go look for treasure.
We are looking for John, not treasure. This large box. This must be it. This is probably the box that Mr. Powers said had been stolen.
So John was stashed in this box and then transported all the way here.
Please don't talk about people as if they are objects. However, if that's the case, there's also the possibility that John is still somewhere in this garage.
Okay, let's go look for him. Our honor as the great thief and her assistant depend on it.
Good grief.
Ah, I found something good.
These are mechanics gloves.
Oh, it says death on one of them.
You wear them during vehicle maintenance, or when you're working with machinery.
They look really stained with motor oil.
However, they are also horribly stained with dirt. Could the gloves have gotten this dirty just from maintaining the bike?
I don't really like Blaze, but these gloves are pretty cool. You think we could come up with some reason to take these with us?
When you say it like that, it makes it hard for me to take them as evidence. Mechanics gloves data jotted down in my organizer.
I like the skull on his bike.
Wow, this bike is so cool. Look at that, it has a skull for a headlight.
It seems like the lights... It seems the eyes light up when you turn on the headlights.
Ooh, well, I'm sure its eyes don't glare as well as yours, Mr. Edgeworth.
My eyes don't actually emit light when I glare, though.
Mr. Edgeworth, there are huge bags of flour here. If I had some water in a rolling pin, I could make some noodles by hand. I'll slightly undercook them, so they have a nice, firm, al dente texture.
Okay, those are bags of cement mix, not flour. When mixed with water, it will harden. It's not something you'd want to sink your teeth into.
Oh, I guess cement noodles shouldn't be cooked al dente.
No, they shouldn't even be cooked in the first place. There are large tools hanging on the wall, such as a sledgehammer and a shovel.
It's a lot bigger than the gavel Miss Courtney carries around. If I ever become a judge, I'd want my gavel to be this big.
Swinging such a huge gavel in court would be intolerable. Please don't.
Aw, then I'll just swing the shovel that's beneath it instead.
That has no business being swung in court or elsewhere. Please don't.
Thump, thump.
There's someone inside.
Thump, 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 thump.
Crash.
Is it John?
It's gonna be Sebastian, ain't it?
John, we're coming to save you. Eh?
This is...
Oh my god.
You're... Sebastian!
What? Why? This is Blaze's house, right? That would mean...
Yes, it should also be Sebastian's house. So then, why is he... Okay, go help him out.
If it has to do with ropes, just leave it to Kay. Here I go. A little pull over here and a quick tug over there. Are you alright, Sebastian?
He looks a little worse for wear. Why were you tied up in a place like this?
How should I know? You guys don't know anything about me.
It's because we don't know. That's why we're asking you.
He's completely shut off his heart.
Indeed, if it's come to this. I suppose I have no choice but to use that.
Ah, you mean...
I hate to do this when he's in such a fragile state. It's like kicking a man who's down.
Will it be alright? His mind might break if you corner him too much, you know.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I will try to be careful. Good grief. I wonder how this will turn out. I've never held back against anyone before.
We're going to destroy this man.
After running out of the meeting room this morning, why would he be here of all places?
You guys, you don't know how I feel.
Holy shit, 5 pieces.
He's gone through a lot of shock. He must be on the verge of an emotional meltdown. It can't be helped. At times like this, I must quietly listen to what he has to say.
No one tells me anything. I'm always the one being left out like an idiot.
I should try to answer his questions as best as I can. Considering how fragile he is, I won't have much time to spare. I'll need to ask about his true feelings and then calm him down post-haste.
Begin logic chess. You're a failure as a person.
Could you please tell me what's on your mind?
I don't wanna. It's not like you'd listen to me anyways.
I can pretend to listen. That's right, I never listen to you.
What's wrong? Normally you'd be shouting objection right about now.
Objection, hold it.
You're serious? You're really gonna listen to what I have to say?
I can understand the shock you went through after what happened with your father.
It wasn't just Pops. This morning, I lost everything.
Was something stolen?
Do you understand? You have been cornered.
Ah! Please stop it already. Just leave me alone already. I can't trust anyone anymore.
Curses, if I make any pointless remarks, his mind will break. Even so, he's someone that cries easily. Whether he's feeling down or he's losing his temper, he'll be crying either way, so I won't be able to tell the difference. I should try reading the emotion in what he's saying.
I can pretend to listen. Objection. Oh, you poor baby.
Everything I have was given to me by Pops. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, just what am I supposed to believe in?
Believe in yourself. If you can't believe in others, then at least believe in yourself. You'll need to gain experience on your own, but if you require wisdom, I can lend you a hand.
Huh? Ever since I got locked up, I've been thinking. Am I too inculpable to be a prosecutor? Huh? I'm incapable? Which one was it?
I believe it's incapable. I believe incapable is the word you are looking for. Judging your own ability is not an easy task. Sebastian, little by little, you are growing.
Huh?
Sebastian, would you tell me your side of the story?
I understand. What should I talk about?
He seems to have calmed down slightly. I'd like you to tell me everything you know about the kidnappers. Now then, tell me what you heard and saw. Why were you tied up in your own home of all places?
That's what I'd like to know. I'm the victim here. How would I know? I was really scared being locked up alone, you know.
Did your abductors happen to say anything to you?
I don't really get it, but one of them said, "Don't blame us, blame the owner of this house."
The owner of this house? Wouldn't that be Blaze DeBeste?
Huh? Pops? Ha! I get it. Someone who hates Pops must have taken me hostage.
No, considering the situation, that seems unlikely. The connection between Blaze and the kidnappers. This could be a useful clue. Do you know what the kidnapper's objective was?
What are you saying? What else would a kidnapper want besides a ransom?
I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Do you have any idea who the kidnapper could be?
Of course I don't. If I did, I would have told you already.
Let me try using that clue. The kidnapper can easily use his own home to hold someone captive. Sebastian, you were kidnapped by your own father.
What? What? It can't be. Was he going to kill me because I was a nuisance?
Of course not. Maybe. Of course not. Would there be any reason for him to take your life? If his son was found dead in his own garage, Blaze would be suspected immediately.
I see. Then, why was I kidnapped?
Kidnapping his own son. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be after any ransom money. There must be some other reason why Blaine ordered the kidnapping. This could be a useful clue. Let me try using that clue. Kidnapping his own son in order to demand a ransom wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, you're right.
Did you notice anything strange when you got kidnapped?
Oh, as soon as I answered their question, they just took me away.
What did they ask you? They asked you a question? Tell me what they asked you.
Wah! Don't glare at me like that. I think they asked me, do you know Courtney?
I see. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall into place. Blaze and the kidnappers did not intend to kidnap you. Their objective was John Marsh. They were planning to kidnap Judge Courtney's son in order to have Patricia Rowland declared not guilty.
Justine has a son? And Warden Rowland gets declared not guilty?
I suspect the kidnappers mistook you for John Marsh.
All of this was just a mistake? Wait, maybe that's why back then.
Did you just remember something?
No! It's nothing! I'm useless anyways. Just leave me alone already.
This is bad. He might be at his emotional limit. I must get him to tell me what he remembered and try to calm him down as well. Based on how distressed Sebastian looks right now, it must have been quite traumatic. I'll need to help him get back on his feet. What did you remember? What did you remember just now?
I didn't remember anything about that guy.
About... Would that guy happen to be Blaze?
Darn it! Ooh, so this is the difference between me and someone who earned his prosecutor title.
I've been wanting to ask you, why did you become a prosecutor?
What does it matter? I'm not fit to be a prosecutor anyways. Say something!
You must have some reason for choosing this path, right?
No, it's not like that. It wasn't anything special. I became a prosecutor for a really insignificant reason.
I knew it!
It was just a personal reason.
Just like you, I too became a prosecutor for a personal reason.
Huh? Is that true? But you're a really successful prosecutor. I'm sure that Pops, the PIC chairman, would have been more proud of you than me.
You wanted your father's approval? I see. So, you wanted your father's approval.
Oh, I thought that if I became the best prosecutor, he'd be proud of me. That's why I just wanted to help out Pops as much as I could.
Would you happen to be protecting your father?
What? I don't have any reason to protect someone like him.
Didn't you want to help your father? Didn't you want to help out your father as much as you could?
Just once. I only wanted to be useful to Pops just this once. That way, I could help him regain his repetition.
I think you mean reputation. You seem to be mixing up your words again. The word you're looking for is reputation.
Huh? No one's ever told me that before.
Your father, who has strayed from his path, continues to add to his crimes. Even knowing that, do you truly want things to stay the way they are?
But in that case, just what am I supposed to do?
You should triumph over your father, who has treated you like a fool. You should stop Blaze before he commits another crime.
Huh? I never thought of it that way. I want to triumph over Pops.
Somehow it seems he has calmed down once again. Now's my chance to ask him about Blaze's secret. I'll give Sebastian the courage to stand up to his father. Talker, I'll charge you as an accomplice. Was there some connection between your father and Patricia Rowland?
I'm sorry, I don't really know.
Every tiny bit helps. Can you remember anything at all?
I think sometimes they would interact with each other during work, but...
Was there something else? But? Is there something else on your mind?
Apparently, Pops is the one who recommended Roland to be the warden.
Oh? Was there a reason for Blaze to recommend her?
Probably because, unlike me, Pops actually cares about her.
Oh, okay, I'm not gonna... Whoa, okay.
Well, Pops has known her since he first became the chief prosecutor, after all.
What was he like when he was the chief prosecutor?
Oh, Pops was amazing! He'd look over every single piece of evidence that went through the prosecutor's office.
He looked over every single piece of evidence? This could be a major clue. It seems that the evidence regarding Patricia Rowland never made it to trial. It's the duty of the prosecutor. It's the duty of a prosecutor to watch over the evidence. Did you take care of it properly?
That's not it! Just listen to what I have to say. I thought I would keep it in the safest place I knew. What have I done?
He seems to have become unsettled again. I suppose I should lend him a hand. The place you thought would be the safest. Would that have been in Blaze DeBeste's hands?
Wow! He told me that it would be safer if he took care of the evidence.
I'm sorry, but he has betrayed your trust in the worst way possible.
Pops, why would he want to hide the evidence?
To leave the trial undecided. Blaze's objective was to have Warden Roland found not guilty by obscuring the truth. Sebastian, you were used by your father.
Wah!
It's possible that Blaze DeBeste has the evidence with him. Furthermore, we still have no idea where John is. I must return to my investigation post-haste. However...
This is all my fault! What am I gonna do now?
Seeing him like this, I can't just leave him be. He is still suffering in the gap between his ideal and reality. He will never move on until he figures out how to live his own life. Sebastian is about to face his greatest trial. Perhaps this is fate. I shall give him the push forward that he needs. Do you still intend to continue as a prosecutor?
I don't really know. It's not like I became a prosecutor on my own. Because of that, do I even have the right to continue being a prosecutor?
Decide that for yourself.
Oh, and now you're ignoring me. You just came to laugh at me, didn't you?
Calm down. It seems I waited a little too long. Even so, he's someone that cries easily. Whether he's feeling down or he's losing his temper.
Okay, so yeah, well.
Whether or not you continue as a prosecutor is something that you must decide for yourself.
Wah!
Only you can determine your path in life.
I don't want to stop being a prosecutor, because if I give up now, I know I'm gonna regret it for the rest of my life.
So he wants to continue to live as a prosecutor. I shall keep his will in mind. What do you plan to do from here on?
First, I'm returning this red jacket. I'm not fit to wear it. Clothes fake the man. I think that's what Pop used to say. He knew all along I was a fake.
It's clothes to make the man. It's not fake. The saying is clothes make the man. You are what you wear.
Huh? Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've learned something new yet again.
Yes. All you have to do now is become a prosecutor who's fit to wear that jacket.
Yeah, I'll do my best. That way, no one will ever make fun of me again.
You're getting too full of yourself. Okay, well.
But how can I get people to accept me? What do? I don't know what to do.
I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Will you continue to ignore the truth just like your father?
Please, stop it already. I don't want your putty. Just leave me alone.
Believe you mean... I like how correcting him is something. I believe pity is the word you're looking for.
Oh, really?
I also have my own reasons for wanting to speak with you. There was a time when I too did not seek the truth and continued to run away from it. However, thanks to a certain friend, I was able to realize my mistake.
That's nice. You're lucky, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't have anyone like that.
I will show you the way. If you have the courage to stand up, I will show you the way.
What?
Only if you have the will for it, though.
I don't want to be like Pops.
So, he wants to surpass his own father. I understand his feelings clearly now. Sebastian says that he wants to surpass his father and continue to be a prosecutor. In other words, he wants to be a different prosecutor from his father. That's the first answer he's arrived at on his own. I'm sure if he has the will, he'll find his way.
It's clothes make the man. I love it.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
But how can I get people to accept me?
What do I do? Oh, I don't.
For goodness sake, don't you remember your own words? Perhaps his own will can show him the way. As a prosecutor, didn't you want to walk a different path from your father? Certainly, the path you have chosen is not an easy one. Nevertheless, you still chose to live as a prosecutor. In that case, it should be clear to you what you need to do. I still question how I live my life to this day. But you, Sebastian, have found your own answer. So believe in yourself, Prosecutor DeBeste.
Wah!
He was mistaken for John and kidnapped by Blaze's underlings. And after his father stole his evidence, he lost his confidence as a prosecutor. The emotions he is going through must be more painful than anything I could imagine.
I mean, you watched your dad die when you were younger than him.
It's taken longer than I thought, but with that, it's checkmate.
Logic chess complete!
Darn it! Darn it!
He dashed out of here at full speed.
It seems if there's one thing he's the best at, it's running away.
Oh, come on, that's mean. You were trying to, like, help him, weren't you? April 6th, 1:15 p.m., outside Grand Tower Plaza.
Curses, we're running out of time. We should check in with Mr. Shields. I'd also like to know what the situation is like on their end.
But Mr. DeBeste ran off again.
We'll just give them the new information we discovered. Francisca will take his place.
I wonder if that's going to be enough.
It can't be helped. Since he ran away, there's nothing more we can do.
I guess I'll just say it again. If there's no murder weapon, you can't prove the defendant is guilty.
Just because we don't have the murder weapon doesn't mean the defendant is innocent. It seems you wish to taste the sting of my whip.
Yeah!
Mr. Attorney, this trial, how much longer will it take? Because it feels like it hasn't gone anywhere at all for a good while now.
Well, sorry, but that stubborn prosecutor over there just doesn't seem to understand.
Until I am satisfied, this whip will lash out at you as many times as I see fit.
By now, she's probably whipped me once for every year I've been alive. Miles, what's taking you so long? Even though we're just stalling for time, Uncle Ray can't keep this up much longer. Whoops, excuse me, phone call. Mind if I take this?
I will allow it.
Mr. Shields,
Oh, Miles, it's you. How's it going over there?
we found Sebastian.
Oh, and the knife and the chisel?
It seems he handed the evidence over to Blaze DeBeste. It's very likely that Blaze knows the whereabouts of the murder weapon.
Ex-chairman DeBeste? But why would Blaze...
That I don't know yet. However, there may be some hidden connection between Patricia Rowland and Blaze.
Gotcha. In that case, I'll issue a subpoena for Blaze DeBeste right away. I'll grill him personally.
I will continue to search for the missing evidence, and for John as well.
Try to hurry it up, would you? We're at our wits' end over here. It feels like the verdict could be handed down at any moment.
Understood. How much longer can Judge Courtney's heart hold out? I know she's in a lot of pain. I've got to hurry.
So, how's the trial going?
Blaze will be taking the stand. I don't know how things will turn out, though.
He'll do anything from hiding evidence to kidnapping. He really is nothing but trouble.
I agree. We should probably take another look at the evidence concerning him.
Okay, leave it to me. First, here's the latest evidence fresh from the scene.
The gloves from earlier. Although I'm certainly curious about them. Anything else?
The case files from the I-7 incident. If I recall, Blaze was also involved in this, right?
Indeed, he was involved in destroying the evidence. For now, let's keep this on hand. I-7 incident documents jotted down in my organizer. Now then, is there anything else?
Of course! Last but not least, we've got this.
This is the Yatagarasu's badge. Okay. I'm talking about things related to Blaze. Please be serious.
But aren't you always going around presenting random evidence too, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, god damn.
Gah. No, well, that's...
God.
Isn't that Sebastian?
Huh, what are you doing here?
Whoa!
He ignored us.
He came out of the Grand Tower. What was he doing in there?
Let's go investigate what Mr. DeBeste was up to.
Yes, let us go. The hatch is open.
It might be Mr. DeBeste who opened it.
Did Sebastian come in here?
Mr. Edgeworth, over there! The safe's open!
Did he come to open that? Let's examine it thoroughly.
There's something inside the safe!
Let's go ahead and have a look. There are some documents in here.
It's just a bunch of papers and... Huh? There's a photo here, too.
This is a picture of...
Huh? That's Mr. Knightley!
Horace Knightley, the president's bodyguard.
Why is his picture here? What are all these papers for?
I don't know. We will have to read the documents to find out. I'm all but certain there's a connection between Knightley and Dogan. Dogan's chess partner, whose identity remained unknown until now, was actually Knightley all along. That is proof enough. Tomorrow I shall interrogate him in the warden's office. I'll get him to confess that he's one of Dogan's henchmen. That thing he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago. You simply must retrieve it. This seems to be a report about Knightley.
Not to mention it was apparently written before Knightley was killed.
Horace Knightley was murdered while he was being interrogated in the warden's office. Judging from the contents, this document was probably written by Patricia Rowling.
I knew it!
The question, however, is who this report was addressed to.
The owner of this safe is...
The conductor, Blaze DeBeste.
So this proves that Ms. Rowland and Blaze are connected.
Indeed. However, it's not just the two of them.
Huh?
Blaze DeBeste and Patricia Rowland were searching for Dogan's henchmen.
Sirhan Dogan! That dog-loving assassin!
This means that there is a hidden connection between the three of them.
I wonder what it could be.
I don't know, but it must be related to this case. Report on Knightley jotted down in my organizer.
There's some other stuff in here that I remember seeing.
There's something on his finger.
Let's have a closer look.
Okay, yeah, well, we're just not going to reread this shit. Don't steal it!
That's Horace Knightley's. The chessboard and the ring. All of his possessions are inside the safe.
So basically all this stuff is evidence from the prison case?
Correct.
Then the knife and the chisel that vanished might be in here too. Let's see. Mr. Knife, Mr. Chisel... they're not in there. I guess this is all just Mr. Knightley's stuff.
I see. That's too bad. Horace Knightley is dead.
Yes, he is. Edgeworth! This game isn't over yet. You hear me? I...
However, the game is not over yet. Unless I can see it through to its end. Knightley's mementos data jotted down in my organizer.
Wait, what the hell? What? Giant arrow.
Young lady, good sir, might I interest you in some cotton candy?
Oh no, it's Shelly the Killer.
There is also ice cream, if that is what you'd prefer. You? Shelly the Killer! It's good to see you are well, Mr. Edgeworth.
What are you doing in a place like this?
As you can see, I'm selling cotton candy. Would you care for some heavenly cotton candy? Even sweeter than death. One bite will send you straight to heaven. That's definitely not something I'd want to buy from DeKiller. The meaning of my message, have you understood it? I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, Can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? Have you been spying on us this whole time? Spying? Heavens no. I was simply watching over you. While disguised as a cotton candy salesman. Isn't that the exact same thing? What is this man's objective? Were you the one who murdered the president? No, the contract with my client has already expired. President Huang is a bit of a celebrity in the world of assassins, you see. Over the years, many attempts on his life were made, and yet he stubbornly lives on. He is a robust man surrounded by flawless security. He even employs body doubles. Robust? That, President? Rotund seems more apt. However, it seems this time the President's security wasn't exactly flawless.
Mr. Rook had only just prevented your previous assassination, but this time...
I did not kill him. It is not my principle to kill needlessly. I am also grateful to Rook, a worthy adversary who was connected to me by fate. Thanks to that man, I did not kill a target who had no value to be killed. Thanks to Rook preventing the assassination? What does he mean? My client deliberately gave me a false target. It was a betrayal most foul. I am now searching for my client. In all likelihood, it is the same person you are looking for. Was he saying that his client murdered the president? Just who is this person you are referring to? I myself am not allowed to say. It would be a violation of the rules. I cannot disclose the identity of my clients, for to do so would create a problem of trust with my other clients. This is precisely why I am personally searching for them myself.
What are you going to do when you find your client?
Of course, they shall be rewarded with a punishment most befitting of a traitor.
What? That person? What'll happen to them?
I will leave that up to your imagination. It certainly won't be anything pleasant. Oh yes, I will tell you just one more thing. 3 days ago, Sirhan Dogan escaped from prison. What? Three nights past, Dogan's solitary cell was found vacant. It was almost as if he knew I would come pay him a visit. A visit to Dogan's cell? Could it be that the person the killer is searching for is... Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must get going. Let us both do our best in tracking down that person.
I like Shelley the Killer as a good guy.
So, the killer and Dogan, those two assassins. This sound is...
Mr. Edgeworth, Judge Courtney's cell phone is ringing.
Could it be John?
Mr. Edgeworth, how are you doing?
It sounds like they're using a voice changer. Who is this?
Someone you've been searching for. The one in the red hood.
The Red Hood? Are you the person who ambushed Kay?
Brilliant deduction. I'd expect no less from a prodigy prosecutor such as yourself.
Mr. Edgeworth, I want to listen in on this too.
Very well, I'll put it on speaker.
Well, I must say that I didn't expect the girl to get amnesia.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
But that's not all, you see. Perhaps I should let you in on this, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I was the one who ordered DeBeste to kill Jill Crane.
What? This must be the person the killer spoke of.
I really should thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
You have no reason to thank me.
Oh, you haven't noticed? My, that's troublesome, you know. I wanted you to catch Blaze for me. So I took dear little Kay.
What?
If Kay was suspected, I knew you would investigate the case. And I was sure that the great Miles Edgeworth would be able to catch Blaze. It was all according to my plan. And you know, I get the feeling that you have the wrong idea. So let me clear something up. Blaze DeBeste wasn't the one who kidnapped Ms. Courtney's son.
You. Why do you know about the kidnapping?
You and Miss Courtney are really quite alike, you know. She even came to visit you in the detention center and got all friendly with you.
How could this person know something like that? Judge Courtney was supposed to have visited me using the detective's name.
I bet you're wondering how I knew about the kidnapping, right? It's quite simple, really. It's because darling little John is in my care right now.
What?
Huh?
You seem surprised. If only I could see the look on your faces. Quickly, little K, you have to hurry and steal him back. You wouldn't want to tarnish the Yatagarasu's name on your first job, would you?
You even know it's my first job?
Why does this person know everything in so much detail? No, it couldn't be! Wait! Are we getting the 10 out of 10 after all? Are we getting the 10 out of 10?
Well, I suppose I can't blame you for your mistake. It seems Blaze was after John as well, you see.
So, there were 2 kidnappings.
He's such a fool, you know. Kidnapping his own son instead.
Is John there with you? If he is, then I would like to hear his voice.
He's here, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, he's asleep right now.
In that case, there's no way for us to know if you really kidnapped John or not.
I suppose you don't have to believe me if you don't want to.
What is your objective? Is it to get Patricia Rowland declared not guilty?
A not guilty verdict, eh? I couldn't care less about that.
So his objective is different from Blaze's?
I think I'll keep my objective a secret for now. Well then, I must be going. I hope you enjoy yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't think you can get away with this.
Then come and get me. I'll be looking forward to it. That is, if you can bring me to justice. But I highly doubt that. Boom.
Did he just, like, explode the phone?
Who in the world was that?
I don't know. We don't have enough information.
Darn it, we're totally clueless. Meanwhile, they seem to know everything about us.
Know everything about us? Okay, you're right. Thinking about it, it is strange. How does the culprit know so much about us?
It's so weird. I mean, they even know about the kidnapping.
We must figure out how the culprit was able to obtain that information. I must recall, what exactly did that person know? That's it. By analyzing our conversation with the culprit, I figured it out, Kay. I know the source of this person's information.
What? Really?
In all likelihood, the person probably has been taking. They probably have been secretly taking.
What? They've been taking pictures of us? I won't forgive creeps who secretly take pictures of little cute girls like me. Let's catch them and give them their just desserts. But, are they really taking photos of us?
Is something the matter?
Well, didn't the person say they couldn't see the look on our faces? If they were taking our photos, they would have been able to see our faces.
I can't argue with that. If our faces can't be seen, it limits the possibilities.
That's only one way. There's only one way.
In all likelihood,
Has planted a bug on us.
I believe it is highly likely that we've been bugged.
But bugged?
If you recall what that person said,
You seem surprised. If only I could see the look on your faces.
if they couldn't see our faces, that means they weren't taking our pictures or following us.
Then they must have planted a bug somewhere. Could it be in my stuff?
Was there anything they could have had a chance to bug? There must be a hint somewhere in our conversation right now. That's right, that person knew something they shouldn't have. The conversation between Judge Courtney and myself in the visitor's room.
I only had one item. I only had one item of evidence in there, didn't I?
The only evidence I had with me at the time was... Where was the bug planted?
That'd be the Yatagarasu's badge, of course.
Okay, may I see your badge?
My Yatagarasu's badge? No way!
Why not?
Mr. Edgeworth, just because you became a great thief's assistant. Doesn't mean you're ready to wear this badge yet.
That's not it. It's very likely that a bug was planted on it.
What? In my badge?
Let's take a closer look. I've been wondering about this for some time now. Did you inherit that badge from your predecessor too?
Nope, there wasn't one, so I made my own.
I thought so. It is rather conspicuous. I think you're just about the only thief who'd ever want to wear something like that.
Hey, stop making fun of me! Huh, this is...
It seems I was right.
Yatagarasu's
Badge data updated in my organizer.
How did you know?
The person had been in contact with you.
You mean when I was knocked unconscious?
Yes, that's why I thought one of your possessions might have been bugged. However, that person also overheard my conversation with Judge Courtney, even though that conversation took place in the visitor's room with just the two of us.
Ah, so you were holding on to it at that time.
Exactly. All the other evidence had been taken away from me. Only the Yatagarasu's badge remained with me.
So this creep's been listening in on us the whole time.
Indeed, that must be how they knew about all the information we collected.
Does that mean they're also listening in on this conversation?
Most likely.
Hey, Buster!
Kay?
Eavesdropping is for cowards! Why don't you come out here and fight us fair and square?
What was that sound just now?
Oh, no way. Ow! Huh? That's Nicole! Honestly, y'all scared the bejesus out of me. Your voice was so loud there, little missy. I was so surprised I done fell flat on my behind. I'm sorry. What were you getting so riled up for? You gotta hear this. It really grinds my gears. Yes, yes?
Okay, please just leave it at that. Unless you want to make tomorrow morning's headlines.
Ah, that was close. Aw, shucks. Don't be such a stick in the mud. What's wrong with letting a gal open her heart and spill the beans?
For now, I'll turn the bug off. Bug data jotted down in my organizer.
So, did you find the kidnappers?
Ms. Swift was the boy you saw being kidnapped. This boy in the photo?
Nope, they ain't nothing alike. He had a more stupid-looking face and was wearing a collared school uniform. I thought so.
Yet again, we were led astray by this woman's testimony. We will have to conduct our investigation all over again. So, we're back where we started. Are there any new leads?
No, we're almost out of time.
There's only 20 minutes left until 2 o'clock. Will we be able to make it in time?
Mr. Edgeworth, about that phone call just now. Wasn't there a strange sound at the end?
A strange sound?
Yep, an explosion.
Now that you mention it, it sounded like an explosion. It might be a hint to establish the culprit's whereabouts.
I see. The sound of an explosion, eh?
I would appreciate it if you stopped eavesdropping on us.
Mr. Prosecutor, you're as stingy as ever.
First, let's see what she has to say.
Wait a sec! Holy shit, it's Gumshoe.
Gummy, why are you running away?
Detective Gumshoe.
When Mr. Edgeworth gave up his prosecutor's badge, I just didn't know what to do. And then I began to think, if Mr. Edgeworth isn't a prosecutor anymore, does that mean I'm no longer a detective? But that's not true. Even without Mr. Edgeworth, I'm still a detective, and investigating is my job.
Detectives don't investigate just for the sake of prosecutors, pal. That's why, even if I'm on my own, I won't stop investigating.
So you've been investigating by yourself?
Then perhaps at that time,
You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday.
Detective Gumshoe did. So, Jill Crane's autopsy report.
I went to the detention center to see how Kay was doing. That's when I heard.
You heard that conversation?
That's right, and that's why I looked over the evidence again myself, sir.
Gummy, that's amazing! So it was you who saved me.
Kay, I'm really glad you've got your memories back.
Thank you.
Do you get it now? I can investigate on my own.
And then he just, Gummy, don't run away. You've already proven that you can investigate on your own. After all, you saved me.
Detective, I need your help. Currently, I'm not a prosecutor, nor am I much of anything else. Even so, I will pursue this case. I ask you not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us?
Oh my god. Oh, he bowed to him. Oh my god.
Oh, but please cut it out, sir.
Gummy!
Okay, I get it, pal. I can't bear to see Mr. Edgeworth bowing his head to me like this.
Gummy!
Thank you, Detective.
What do you want me to do, sir?
The investigation. Detective Gumshoe, please tell me what you've found in your investigation so far.
Roger, leave it to me, sir. I have 3 things to report. First up is about case closed that was sent to the crime lab. Traces of an extremely powerful sleeping drug called Sleepy ZZZ were found on them.
So, that means after Kay was drugged at Gourd Lake, she was brought to the roof of the Grand Tower.
That's right, sir. Now for item number 2. The footage from the security camera at the Grand Tower's elevator?
The footage that captured President Huang and Judge Courtney going up to the roof.
The elevator is generally the only way to get to the rooftop. And if the elevator was used, the person who used it would be caught on camera. Exactly. In other words, if you look over the footage from a couple of days ago, you should be able to see an unconscious Kay being carried up to the roof.
Then, Gummy, does that mean that you...
I checked out all the footage from before the incident 2 days ago on Fast Forward.
I see. And the results?
Well, actually, nothing came up, sir. Kay never showed up on the tape at all.
That was unexpected. I guess it won't be so easy. How was Kay brought up to the roof of the tower? I should take a moment to carefully consider the possibilities. Well then, let's hear your third and final report.
Yes, sir. Last but not least, the most important thing to report. I'm so happy to be able to investigate with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm gonna give it my all to arrest the culprit. That is all, sir.
I apologize for putting you through so much, Detective Gumshoe. However, that was your most important report? It had nothing to do with the case at all.
They're back to normal.
I would have preferred something that's actually useful.
Damn.
Ugh. That merciless attitude. That's the Mr. Edgeworth I know, sir.
A young boy has been kidnapped. I want you to help us search for him.
A kidnapping, sir?
The victim is a boy by the name of John Marsh.
Ah, that kid with the horns.
Yes, do you know about him?
I saw that boy myself, sir.
Was that this morning?
That's right, he came out of that trailer over there. And then he walked toward the garbage pickup area.
The garbage pickup area?
It's right over there, pal. That's where all the trash from the Grand Tower's offices is collected. I don't know what happened after that. Since I left the place around then.
It seems we must investigate the garbage pickup area.
Gummy said John headed toward the garbage pickup area.
Indeed, there might be some traces of him left behind. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Okay, well, obviously the milk.
The garbage pickup time is at 11 a.m., so that's why there's no trash.
When I looked here earlier, the place was overflowing with garbage, sir.
Looks like today is the day when bulk waste is collected during the garbage pickup.
There really were a lot of bulky items
There really were a lot of bulky items placed here, pal.
The garbage truck's compactor can crush any kind of garbage to dust.
No, it seems in the case of bulk waste, it is transported as is, without being crushed.
Huh? Why do you know about how bulk waste is disposed of, Mr. Edgeworth?
Maybe Mr. Shields, in order to accomplish his Mr. Edgeworth acquisition plan, sent him something like a moving process instructional brochure.
There are times when you're so sharp it's scary, although they're few and far between.
God. Okay, so let's check out the lock.
Looks like the garbage pickup area is locked.
It's probably to prevent people outside of the Grand Tower from disposing of their trash here. This milk carton is...
It's the one John was drinking out of.
There's no mistake. Something must have happened to John here. Combined with Detective Gumshoe's testimony, the chances are high that John was attacked at the garbage pickup area.
If it was here, there wouldn't be many witnesses. But why would John have come to a place like this?
It would be natural to think that he came here to throw something away.
We have no way of knowing since the garbage truck has already collected everything.
Alright, let's see. Wait, the truck's gone. Okay, yeah, alright, fair enough. Yeah, that's a sign that you've found everything that needs to be found there. Alright, so let's see. Let's see if Will Powers in.
Mr. Powers, I know it might be a boorish question, but there's something I'd like to ask you.
Okay, what is it?
Are there perhaps any plans to make a new Steel Samurai?
I'm sorry, but is that a question related to the investigation?
No, it's just a personal question.
I'm sorry, I can't talk about it with people outside the studio. Not even you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gah, of course. As I thought, he cannot talk about it. However, he didn't deny it outright. Does that mean there's hope?
I love this so much. Alright, let's see. Maybe she knows something.
My hard work's helped move the case forward. I reckon it's all in a good day's work. I'm not so sure about that. We've been chasing after an entirely different person.
Indeed, it seems she did not properly examine the photo earlier.
What now? Was my info really all that bad?
No, some of the blame also falls on us for relying on a dubious information source. It's time for us to regroup and start over.
Could you hold on a sec? If you think I'm staying quiet after being called a dubious source, you got another thing coming. Fine then. Guess I'll just have to tell you about the scoop I've been saving.
You've been saving a scoop? Although I'm not expecting much, let's hear it. What is this scoop of yours?
It's Moozilla. I have decisive evidence that the mighty Moozilla exists.
Okay, let's go, Kay.
Hold up, I'm being serious. Y'all might not believe it, but it's true.
We don't have much time, but I guess there's no other way. Would this decisive evidence of yours be something you recorded on that tape recorder?
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. You're good at figuring things out, aren't you? It's the sound of Moozilla spewing out fire. This place nearly became a sea of flames.
If you say so.
Don't make that face! If you think I'm lying, then have a listen for yourself. Ready? Here comes the flame. How was that? It's hard to tell over your shouting, but if you say so, I guess they could be flames.
Ms. Swift, did you truly witness these so-called flames?
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't really see it with my own two eyes. On account of, I wasn't actually there at the time.
If Mozilla had appeared, wouldn't you have noticed no matter where you were?
Well, I was a ways off, and was using a slightly unusual recording method, so...
Could you explain to me this recording method in more detail?
Guess I just dug my own grave. Truth is, I was aiming for a scoop, so I did me some wireless wiretapping. Wait a minute, wireless wiretapping? If there's no wires, how'd you tap them?
Okay, please don't concern yourself with the semantics. She was simply intercepting wireless communications and listening in without permission.
I've been spending the last few days scoping out the Grand Tower with my mentor.
So, you were investigating the black market auctions? In that case, you naturally would have tapped the immediate area surrounding the Grand Tower.
You betcha, but right then and there, I hear an earth-shattering roar. Finally, Mozilla appears. My heart is pounding. I feel him drawing near. So everything except the sound is just your own personal impressions, right?
In the end, it seems that you didn't actually see anything.
Well, I reckon writing's more in my thing. Anyways, as I continue tuning into the situation, little Miss K over there almost shatters my eardrums. Eavesdropping is for cowards. Why don't you come on and find fair and square?
I see. Miss Swift, while you were eavesdropping, you were surprised by Kay's voice and fell over. In other words, you did not hear her voice directly. You heard it via the radio waves emitted by the bug, did you not?
What? Then does that mean the one who planted the bug on me was... I was just eavesdropping. I'd never stooped to bugging nobody.
Miss Swift, do you mind if we borrow that tape for a while?
Just do what you please already.
Nicole's tape recorder data jotted down to my organizer.
Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth!
Mr. Keys, Ms. Barry.
Did you find him? Not yet. Just where could John be? John? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it.
They don't know anything about the kidnapping. Regarding Sebastian, we found him not too long ago.
Really? That's great! Thank you so much! Now I won't be arrested again!
Okay.
Okay, I guess I have to talk to these two then.
As expected of Mr. Edgeworth! How did you find him? Naturally, it was all thanks to his powers of logic and reasoning.
Actually, it was just a coincidence.
Let's try talking to Barry.
Even though Regina also searched for her friends? Aw, we were beaten to the punch.
By friends, does she mean her animals? It sounded like you were saying you used animals in your search.
Yep, I thought we would be able to find him if I used Regent and Aztec, but Simon said no way, and stopped me. No fun.
If Simon hadn't been there, there would probably be a mass panic right about now.
Simon, why did you stop her? It would have made the city more fun, like the circus. Eek! Mr. Edgeworth, please forgive me.
Why is he apologizing to me? I haven't said anything.
Okay, well, in that case, let's talk to him about...
I guess we weren't any help at all, were we? Don't be silly, of course you helped. Really, thanks a lot. Where were you guys searching, Simon? It was a bit far off, but we searched around the Sunshine Coliseum.
The Sunshine Coliseum. So they were by the shore.
There were a lot of people at the event there, so I thought he might have gone as well. An event? Sounds like fun. Is it a festival? I want to go too. It was a lot of fun. There were food stands, fireworks, and much more. Simon got worn out by all the people in the crowd pretty quickly, though. You didn't have to tell them that! It's settled. Once we wrap up this case, let's all go there.
At any rate, I'm glad you were able to find him so quickly.
Why is that?
The truth is, our circus show is about to start soon, so I don't think we would have been able to help out with the search much longer.
Sorry to burden you with this when you also needed to prepare for your performance.
No, it's okay. Please don't worry about it. After all, I also didn't want to get arrested again. I'm so relieved you were able to find him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, but the warden still hasn't been declared guilty yet.
What? So you're saying there's still a chance I might be arrested? No way, no way, no way, no way!
Okay, please don't tease him. If I recall correctly, wasn't the Very Big Circus supposed to have a performance today?
Yep, that's right. We've all been practicing a lot for this upcoming performance.
Will Simon also be performing?
Of course, he's been practicing really hard, even though he keeps saying no way, no way. He even rode in a balloon and did lots of advertising for us. So, Mr. Edgeworth, you should also come by and see Simon's heroics.
Very well. That is, if we're able to successfully solve this case.
Alright, let's see here now. We may have... Okay, so... sound of an explosion. Alright, let's see. Can we do it? Yep, bingo. Knew it.
Mr. Keys, didn't you say there were that there were fireworks at the Coliseum earlier?
Huh? What about them?
Were those fireworks set off during the day?
Yeah, even just while we were there, a bunch of them were set off.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
That explosion sound we heard at the end of the kidnapper's phone call could very well have been the fireworks.
Ah,
I wonder if we're going to get a 10 out of 10 here. It's probably going to be Dogen, but I'm holding out a...
From the sound to have been picked up by the phone, it must have been fairly loud.
so that means the culprit was near the Coliseum. Even so, I bet the fireworks could be heard in lots of places around the Coliseum.
Indeed, it would be impossible for us to search the entire area by ourselves. If only we could have the police lend us a hand.
This is probably wrong, but let's try anyway. Ah, yeah, I knew it.
Not exactly.
Alright, let's see, so...
Is the guard duty going well?
Yes, sir, of course! Besides using my eyes and ears, I am also trying to use my sense of smell, touch, and even taste. I'm going to revolutionize the way we do guard duty in this stodgy institution.
I'm sorry, but please perform your guard duty the way it's always been done.
Oh, it's you two again! Did something else come up? Hurry up and hop aboard!
No, right now we don't really need to go anywhere.
Pish posh, that's what they all say. I can tell what you're after just by looking at your face. You want to start a new life in a new place with a new girl, am I right? Come traffic lights or police sirens, I won't let anything stop you from where you're going. So come on, hop in and experience the best ride of your life.
With that personality, I guess it explains why he was so willing to help us out earlier.
Okay, well, let's see here now. So, let's see. Okay, they clearly wanted me to do something with the logic here, but I'm not sure what. let's see.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so... We're just gonna save here because this segment is incredibly long. This is a lot longer than I was expecting. Not gonna lie. I honestly thought that the beginning parts were all going to be sort of short, but I guess not. So here we go. Let us. All right. Let's see. I doubt this will do anything. Wait, really? How did those connect?
The only vehicles that came through the plaza this morning were the taxi and a blue truck.
Yeah, Mr. DeBeste was kidnapped in that taxi.
Yes, meanwhile, John was attacked in the garbage pickup area. And the garbage was collected from there at 11 a.m.
Ah! I got it, sir! The blue truck was actually...
That's right. The blue truck that came through the plaza was a garbage truck. However, be that as it may, the officer who gave us this information made no mention that the blue truck was a garbage truck.
Talk about careless. How could someone mistake a garbage truck for a normal truck?
That's not it, Kay. Today was the day for the collection of bulk waste. I suspect it was a standard truck without a trash compactor that came by to collect the trash. John was taken away by this garbage truck. And where do garbage trucks go?
To the dump, of course!
Hold up! The culprit was disguised as a garbage collector, right? And the truck was probably fake too. How do we know they really went to the dump?
No, the garbage truck should have been real.
Eh? Why's that?
That will be made clear if you simply take a look at the garbage pickup area. This shows that the garbage truck... I guess the lock?
Fuck, I don't know. The fact that there's nothing in it?
There's something important there.
This spot alone is evidence enough that the garbage truck was a real one. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I don't.
So it wasn't here? If it wasn't a real garbage truck, it wouldn't have been able to collect the trash. Wasn't there something around here that proves that?
Mr. Edgeworth, what makes you think that the garbage truck was real?
Is it the lock then?
The garbage pickup area is locked.
Ah, only a real garbage collector could have unlocked it to collect the trash.
Precisely. We should assume that a genuine garbage truck was used. For example, the kidnapper could have put John into a large cardboard box. If the box was mixed in with the rest of the bulk waste...
The garbage collector would have carried John away without even knowing it.
Exactly. The culprit would then lie in wait at the garbage dump. And if they said I threw it away by mistake, the box would be returned to them.
Any garbage dumps nearby? Let's see. Ah! There's 2 of them!
So, which garbage dump was he taken to?
Okay, wait, we can do this. I know the answer.
Could there be a hint in any of the information I hold?
Dadoy, here we go. Bingo. 3 footprints are still.
Based on the explosion sound we heard from the kidnapper's phone, we know that John is being confined someplace in the vicinity of the Coliseum.
One of the garbage dumps is right next to the Coliseum.
John was almost certainly taken there. In which case, the place he is being confined to must also be somewhere close by. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir?
Could I ask you to search the area around this garbage dump?
You don't have to ask me like we're strangers, sir. It feels so distant. Please just order me around like you normally do.
Oh, you should, Detective. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor.
Didn't I tell you, sir? Detectives don't just investigate for the sake of prosecutors.
You have my thanks, Detective.
Investigation complete. Refill health. Dear God.
Mr. Edgeworth, look! It's almost time!
Yes, it would be best if we hurry. They should also be at their limit. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you.
Leave it to me, sir. This may be an unofficial investigation, but I'll call in all my pals from the station to help.
I'll help too. Stealing John back is my job, after all.
I will be returning to the courtroom. I might be able to draw out some more time.
Okay, well then. Even in the depths of night.
The clock just struck 2. We have to hurry.
Yes, sir.
Ah, my introduction! When no other bird dares to take flight.
God. April 6th, 2:16 p.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Oh, hey, it's Blaine.
Well, well, well. If it isn't former Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Blaze DeBeste.
Witness, face forward. We're not done talking yet.
Like I said, you see, why exactly would I have needed to help that person out, Your Honor? You know, it's a crying shame, having a beautiful woman declared guilty. Honestly, it brings tears to my eyes. But you see, there's no reason for me to go out of my way to hide evidence just to save her.
However, we still have the testimony of your son, Prosecutor DeBeste. He testifies that he handed the evidence over to you.
Well, I haven't the slightest clue what he was talking about. I simply can't imagine why Sebastian would have said something like that, you know.
What if there is evidence that shows your connection with Warden Roland?
And just what do you think you're doing, former Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was under the impression that you were no longer in any position to stand in court.
Miles Edgeworth, how dare you barge into my prosecutor's bench?
Francisca, I'm sorry. I need you to lend me the bench for a little while.
What are you saying?
Judge Courtney, I brought vital evidence related to this case. Your Honor, please allow me to testify.
Ha ha ha! She'd never allow it.
Court Nepal, Uncle Ray also asks that he be allowed to testify. There are no objections from the prosecution either, right?
Understood. The prosecution also has no objections.
There's no way you could allow something like this, you know. Such high-handed methods. Surely are enough to warrant being held in contempt of court. Wouldn't you say, Courtney?
As long as John is still in danger, Judge Courtney cannot rule against the warden. I must convey to her somehow that the search for her son is progressing. Judge Courtney, I ask that you have faith in me and my assistant.
Now that you mention it, where exactly is she?
She is currently out searching for the most important piece of evidence.
It's a waste of time. There's no such evidence. Are you stalling for time? How disgraceful.
Most important piece of evidence, huh? Courtney Pie, I don't really know what that evidence is, but I think we should have faith in her. After all, even if she may not look it, she's still the great thief Yadagarasu.
Somehow it seems that Mr. Shields understands. Judge Courtney, we've already determined the general location of that evidence. It's only a matter of time before she steals the evidence back.
Huh? I understand. Then I shall give you special permission to testify.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is ridiculous.
This vital evidence that you have found, please present it to the court.
Blaze DeBeste and Patricia Roland are somehow connected. Allow me to present the evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows the relationship between Patricia Roland and Blaze DeBeste?
Should I just hand over the son?
This document contains a detailed report regarding the interrogation of a certain man.
A certain man?
That man being the late Horace Knightley. And the one who interrogated him was the defendant in this trial, Patricia Roland.
So that means that was the interrogation where...
That's right. Patricia Roland murdered Knightley in the aftermath of the interrogation. And that very interrogation has been recorded in this written report.
That definitely sounds like vital evidence. Miles Edgeworth, just now you referred to that document as a written report. Now, just who in the world was that report written for?
I thought you might ask that, Francisca. And that's precisely what is most important about this report. We found this document inside the safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower.
The 51st floor? The storeroom for the black market auction.
Indeed, and the conductor of the auction was you, Blaise DeBeste. You received a report about the victim from Warden Roland. In the face of this evidence, can you still say you have no connection to this case?
In regards to that, I refuse to answer.
What?
It has yet to be proven in court that I was the conductor of the black market auction.
Oh, have you already forgotten the events of this morning? I believe I'd already proved it back then, did I not?
I will not deny that I was bested by you. However, that was at the crime scene. Who knows if the results will be the same in court? An acquittal is still possible, you see. Until it's been proven in court that I am the conductor of the black market auctions. You can't prove that document was addressed to me.
Your logic is twisted.
That's not very nice, you know. My logic isn't twisted, is it, Courtney? Don't you feel the same way? It was quite unlike you to allow former Prosecutor Edgeworth's statement just now, you know. It saddens me, you see, that you would fail to uphold the law as a judge should. In fact, I am so upset by this I may have no other choice but to use my last resort, you know.
It is as you say. Something that has not been proven in court does not merit any deliberation. I will have to overrule Mr. Edgeworth's claim.
As I thought, until John has been rescued.
You see, the truth at the scene and the truth in the courtroom are two very different things.
So, you're saying the truth can be distorted in court as long as it's for your sake?
What a horrible thing to say. I'm not distorting the truth or anything like that, you know. If a not guilty verdict is handed down, then that becomes the truth. That's all it is, you see.
It's useless. There's nothing we can do unless the missing evidence turns up.
Now then, Courtney, why don't you deliver a not guilty verdict and let's get this over with? After all, that evidence isn't gonna show up anytime soon, you know.
Oh shit. Sebastian is here to save the day.
Who raised an objection just now?
Oh shit.
Pops!
Sebastian? Why did you come back here now of all times?
Sebastian, what is the meaning of this?
Just where were you, and what have you been doing since you abandoned your own trial? I'm sorry, I was,
Such an act is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You should be ashamed.
well...
Sebastian, you still don't get it, you know. This court has no place for a sniveling child such as yourself.
Pops!
Oh shit. Here it comes.
I've come to present new evidence, Your Honor. So, please, let me take my place back at the prosecutor's bench.
Sebastian, I didn't think he would come back.
What's all this now, Sebastian? You don't seem at all like your normal self.
Pops.
Huh? Come now, what's the matter? You want Daddy to play with you? Is that it? Well then, why don't we just head on back home?
Return to the witness stand.
What's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf.
Your Honor, the prosecutor officially in charge of this case has just arrived with new evidence. The trial is still in session. In light of this, shouldn't we continue with the proceedings?
Naturally, the defense has no objections, Your Honor. I'm sure the defense attorney originally in charge would say the same.
The prosecution has no objections either, Your Honor.
continue with the proceedings? That won't be necessary. Isn't that right, Courtney?
Blaze still believes that he was the one who kidnapped John. As long as John still hasn't been found, Judge Courtney will remain bound by Blaze, and nothing else will change that. Oh boy.
That sound is...
Her cell phone. My phone as well.
Yeah, Uncle Ray's phone is also. Mr. Edgeworth!
Mr. Shields! We found John, sir.
Well, we found John, sir.
We rescued John.
Excellent work, Detective.
That kid was the most important piece of evidence, right? Way to go, Kay.
I wanted to spread the word quickly, so I had everyone call.
Oh boy, here it comes. Judge Courtney, it's for you.
Yes, I see. I'm so glad you're safe. Make sure you properly thank everyone, okay? Be careful and come home safe.
Oh shit, it's go time. Oh. She's at full power.
Let us resume the proceedings. Now that I may once again swing my gavel to my heart's content.
Ha! You're kidding, right?
This is just a sad joke, you know.
Witness, this is no joke. Please return to the stand. Prosecutor DeBeste as well. Promptly return to your seat at the prosecutor's bench.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh god.
Sebastian DeBeste.
Yes, Ms. Von Karma?
I leave the rest to you.
Huh?
Going up against your own father. It won't be easy. I shall observe how things pan out. From the gallery.
That was so fucking rad as hell. This could have been a case on its own.
Now then, allow me to ask once more. Is the prosecution ready? Prosecutor DeBeste, what is this new evidence you wish to present?
The missing knife and chisel, Your Honor. You mean they've finally been found?
Prosecutor DeBeste, is this true?
The knife and chisel? I wasn't able to find them. I searched and searched, I really did, but it was already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean? I remembered. This morning when I passed by Pops in the garage at home. He was holding something wrapped in a newspaper. Pops, where are you going?
Ah, Sebastian, just taking out some trash.
At that moment I heard it. The faint sound of a bell. Could that sound have been, by any chance?
The bell attached to Dogan's chisel?
In other words, you're saying that the witness threw away the evidence?
I searched for it, but I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry. Where exactly did you search for it? The garbage dump. I went to the garbage dump and searched everywhere. I thought the evidence Pops threw away had to be there.
Isn't that Sebastian?
Ha!
God, oh yeah, that again. He ignored us. So at that time, he had gone to the garbage dump.
But... This was all I could find.
It smells rather peculiar.
Now that you mention it, there's kind of a funky smell coming from you as well. What do you expect? I was digging through garbage.
And what of the knife?
I think it's buried somewhere in that giant mountain of trash. But I couldn't find it by myself.
I understand. I shall accept this into evidence.
Well done, Sebastian. You never betray my expectations, you know. You search so desperately through the garbage, and that's all you have to show for it. Eck! Oh, what a tearjerker. I'm tearing up already.
It's a bit too early for tears, don't you think? We haven't examined the evidence properly yet.
I think it's just a pointless waste of time, you know.
I'm counting on you, Sebastian, Miles. Show him that the truth can be exposed in court and take him down.
Mr. Shields is backing us up. Now all we need is a breakthrough. Prosecutor DeBeste, let's take a closer look at that evidence.
Right!
Let's see. Let's have a look inside. It'd be great if we could find some kind of proof. This is the bell that was attached to Dogan's chisel. Are there any traces left behind on it?
Ack, it's no good. There's not even a single smudge on it.
What did you find, Prosecutor DeBeste?
Did you even find anything?
Darn it!
Of course you'd find nothing. Something like that can't be called evidence, you know. All it is trash. It may be sad, but that's the truth, you see.
Were Sebastian's efforts all for naught? Indeed, this bell does not seem to be valid evidence. However,
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really giving up?
calm as always.
Calm as always, Edgeworth. Quite unlike Sebastian here.
Well then, is the prosecution finished with its argument?
Oh shit! He is rising.
Justine, not yet! We're not through yet! There's still something we haven't examined.
You're still not giving up. Struggling in vain's not cute at all, you know.
It seems Sebastian hasn't given up yet either. I was just thinking the exact same thing. The last item remaining. Is it trash, or is it evidence? If we don't examine it, we'll never find out. The item I'm thinking of is... oh, a newspaper.
We're still not done examining the newspaper that the bell was wrapped in.
It seems that Sebastian has the same idea as I do.
Wow, this is just wonderful, you know. So wonderful it's to cry for. Is it desperation, or simply reckless abandon? Are you really going to pin all your hopes on a worthless scrap of newspaper?
We won't know for sure whether or not it's worthless until we examine it, will we? Sebastian, let's examine it post-haste. Hold the phone here. Is this a handprint?
There's something greasy on here, too. Is it oil?
Judge Courtney, we'd like to request a fingerprint analysis on this paper. Could you please summon someone from forensics?
Your request is accepted. Contact the lab at once.
Okay, see, I know what evidence we're gonna have to present here. Reporting! These are definitely fingerprints! However, it's from a glove!
What?
Didn't I tell you it's nothing but a worthless scrap of paper? Just think about it, you know, when handling important evidence. What kind of idiot wouldn't use gloves? Oh wait, wouldn't that be you? The idiot who doesn't know when to give up?
That's pretty harsh, talking to your son like that.
What's wrong with calling an idiot an idiot? If you want to be the best, you have to be heartless. I have no compassion for worthless individuals, not even my own son.
Pops!
You know, you've always called yourself a genius prosecutor, haven't you? Didn't I explain to you this morning why you were a genius up until now? That's right. It was all because of me, because of my authority. You were always being protected by people like Courtney. And me. Now get that stinking face of yours out of my sight.
Stinking?
You know, now that I think about it, that stench might just suit you perfectly. Just keep it away from my nose, or my eyes will start watering.
Wrong! You're wrong, Pops!
Sebastian, what are you talking about?
You're the one who stinks, Pops! It's you, not me!
What?
You haven't noticed, have you? You smell, Pops! So much that you can't even hide it! Mr. Edgeworth, try smelling the handprint on the newspaper.
The smell? It smells Like oil.
I know something that smells just like it.
Come to think of it, back then, it smells like motor oil. Okay.
That's right. The smell proves it. It proves that the culprit who hid the evidence was... It's no good. I guess I can't become the best after all. I'm too soft. I could never be so heartless.
Aw, poor boy. Poor.
I just can't bring down my father with my own hands.
Prosecutor DeBeste. Summon your courage. Become a different prosecutor from your father. Wasn't that what you decided?
Huh?
We are prosecutors, and as prosecutors we stand in the courtroom. In that case, isn't it our duty to shed light on the truth? Exposing crimes and bringing criminals to justice, even if the criminal is your own father. That is your duty as a prosecutor. Didn't I promise you that if you have the courage to stand up, I will show you the way? And if you cannot do it alone, then we shall do it together.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to present the evidence that connects this handprint with my father.
The mechanic's gloves, of course. This is the smell of motor oil, the kind used for maintaining motorcycles.
Both myself and Mr. Edgeworth have smelled this exact same smell before.
Blaze DeBeste, it was in your garage. And wouldn't you say these fingerprints have a rather peculiar shape? The 5 letters that spell out D-E-A-T-H. That's exactly the same as your own gloves.
Ha ha ha! You can buy gloves like that from anywhere. It doesn't prove a thing.
Is that really the case?
That's not the only thing these two pieces of evidence have in common.
The fingerprints on the newspaper that was used to wrap up the bell. And Blaze's mechanic's gloves. This is the unmistakable similarity they both share. Oh, wait. There you go. Pieces of newspaper. This is the unmistakable similarity that... Oh.
I'm not quite sure where this unmistakable similarity is, you know.
Even if you don't understand, I do.
But Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand either.
So that wasn't it.
Mr. Edgeworth, let's look closely at the fingerprints on the newspaper again. Should definitely have a similarity with the glove.
As I thought, that glove isn't evidence at all.
Is that really the case? That's not the only similarity. I honestly thought it was just like that there was some newspaper on it. Okay, let's see. God. Is it the dirt then? Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. The A is smudged. If you examine the imprint left by the letter A, you'll see that it's unmistakably from this glove.
What?
And that's not all. There's one more item we must take note of, namely these dirt stains. I suggest we do a comparative analysis of the dirt stains from the newspaper and the glove. If the contents match up, then it will prove to be decisive evidence.
Bailiff, please have these dirt samples sent to forensics for analysis immediately.
Garg! Edgeworth! Sebastian! You lowly prosecutors! Do you have any idea who I am?
Pops, you can't run away anymore. It's been proven in court that you concealed the evidence, and that you tried to cover for the defendant.
You're saying that I'm guilty? That I'll be sent to prison? Me? Blaze DeBeste? A couple of snot-nosed punks are gonna make me disappear? There must be some mistake!
Be a man and admit your crimes!
Do you really think you can survive if I'm not around?
I'll be fine now. I thought I wanted to become the best prosecutor so I could get your approval, Pops. But when I was kidnapped by your men and stuck in that dark room, I started thinking, I am truly powerless. I despaired and averted my eyes from the truth, but... At At that moment, Mr. Edgeworth stepped in and showed me the way. And now I am no longer just a child chasing after his father's approval. I've become capable. I can find evidence all on my own now.
What? My men kidnapped you? Why were you?
Pops, I'll show you the truth you never knew through this trial.
Sebastian, how dare you speak to me like that? You should have just stayed as an idiot's son.
You may have hated me to the very end, Pops. But I've always looked up to you. Thank you for everything up until now. And goodbye.
You? Since when did you? All you've ever been able to do was depend on me. Sebastian!
Is it gonna be burned up again?
It has been established that the evidence was concealed by Blaise DeBeste himself. A judgment regarding his concealment of evidence shall be delivered at a separate trial. The missing chisel and knife still have yet to be found. However, once a search of the waste disposal site is underway, they will surely be discovered.
The knife will be found? What will happen to me if it's found?
No need to worry. You'll simply receive the punishment you deserve for your crime.
Gar, punishment for me? Blaze, what in the world are you doing? You! After all your boasting about being able to create your own truths and not guilty verdicts. That's why I contacted you immediately after the prison incident in the first place. And to make matters worse, you even kidnapped the wrong kid. I just can't believe this. You really, really, really are completely useless!
That was certainly a violent outburst. But you heard her, Prosecutor DeBeste.
Yeah, she got flustered and said a bunch of important stuff. Right?
Indeed, that's correct. He still doesn't seem very sure of himself.
Very well. And with that, this court is adjourned.
What?
Huh?
Who are you?
Judge Courtney, it's still too early for a happy ending. Longzy says, the end of the trial is not always the end of the case.
And who might you be?
The name's Shilong Lang. I'm just a humble lone investigator.
Do you have some objection with this trial?
Ha! Not a chance! The defendant there has a heart as black as a moonless night.
Lang? Don't tell me you're the one from 12 years ago.
You got it. Ain't it this nice? Now you're finally going to prison where you belong. 12 years is a long time coming for a suspended sentence. Don't you agree?
Agent Lang, what are you talking about?
The SS5 incident from 12 years ago. It's a case I'll never forget.
12 years ago? God. Might it have something to do with Lang's father and President Huang?
Patricia Rowland, and you, Blaise DeBeste. Back then, the two of you killed off the Lang clan.
Were you involved in the incident 12 years ago?
That's right, I was. However, I'm not here to chase after ghosts of the past. I'm here for you, Justine Courtney.
Me?
You and one other.
John!
Miss Courtney, you're coming along too. As a suspect in the murder of the president of Zhengfa, Dijun Huang.
Agent Lang, what evidence do you...
Not so fast. Settle down, Mr. Prosecutor. The investigation has only just begun. We're going to inspect the crime scene with the suspects in attendance.
Agent Lang, did he get his hands on some new pieces of evidence?
If you have any objections, then you can tag along as well.
I shall do just that.
He just doesn't care.
The end of the trial is not always the end of the case. There are still many mysteries yet unsolved surrounding the murder of the president, namely the true nature of the giant monster, and the true identity of the person on the other end of the phone.
Pew, ba-dow, pew, pew. Okay. I'll be right back, but you won't be able to tell because I'm pausing the recording. Okay, and thanks to moving magic, it's like I never even left. Let's continue. Just needed a quick pee break there, because I've been streaming for like over 2.5 hours now. April 2nd, 2:52 p.m. Outside Grand Tower, temporary film lot.
Could you please give it a rest already?
The heck? I'm telling y'all, it's best for y'all's sake to come clean. The staff has their lips sealed shut as the reporters continue their tenacious negotiations.
If you're not here to cooperate with the investigation, I must ask you to vacate the premises.
Put a sock in it, Copper. Y'all couldn't even stop Mozilla's invasion. Not only did they secretly raise a giant monster, but now the staff is trying to cover it up. Like I said, we haven't been raising any monsters here at the film lot. But ain't you said you done saw Gordy yourself? Sure I saw it, but it's not like we were keeping it at the film lot.
Mind if we butt in?
Mind if we butt in?
Oh God. We've got everyone.
Mr. Edgeworth.
And John!
Oh, y'all come to search for the monster too? We're searching for a criminal, not a monster. Legsy says. The darkness inside a criminal's heart can be likened to a monster. Well, when it comes to killing people, criminals aren't much different from monsters.
Agent Lang, this is a problem. I can't let outsiders enter the crime scene.
These are all key figures in the case. I'd like them to be here when the investigation resumes.
Agent Lang, regarding what you said about resuming the investigation, where do you intend to start?
We'll start by reviewing the case. Today, the body of President Huang was found here at the film lot. The president's whereabouts from 2 nights ago are still unknown.
It seems he snuck out from under the eyes of his bodyguards and ventured outside.
And that night was the last night he was seen. That night was the last time he was seen alive. It was when he met with you, Judge Courtney, on the roof of the Grand Tower. So, why did you meet with the president?
That I cannot say.
You can't tell us even under suspicion of murder?
Can't say? Why not? Miss Courtney, if you don't say anything, you'll only be more suspicious.
Ha! She must have a reason to clam up. I think you're somehow involved in the president's assassination.
The president's body was only discovered today. That still leaves a blank of 1 whole day after Judge Courtney met with them unaccounted for.
Don't be so impatient. We're gonna fill in that blank right here, right now. The evening on that blank day in question is what's important. What happened here last night? So why don't you tell us, John Marsh?
Me?
We know you were here last night.
What? John was here?
Between that little missy's testimony and the footprints we found, we can easily prove it.
John, you were rehearsing here last night, right? You were spying on me? I'm sorry. I just came to check up on things. You really shouldn't be staying up so late, you know. Mind your own business.
Oh, shit!
John Marsh, that young lady was worried about you. You will not speak to her like that. Sorry. How many times have I told you to be more mindful of the way you speak? Is it just me, or does Miss Courtney's personality seem kind of different?
She seems to be as strict with her own son as she is with those who violate the law.
Are you listening to me? And earlier as well.
This is great. I'm loving this. I want to meet John Marsh's dad. He's gonna be a manlet.
You should always bear that in mind, no matter the occasion.
Can we get on with the investigation already?
Pardon me.
For Judge Courtney to get carried away like that. This must be her motherly side. Agent Lang, do you suspect John?
All I want is the truth. Why was the president killed? And I want to know who killed him. I'll do whatever it takes to find out.
It seems the president was like family to him. John, would it be alright if we asked you a few questions?
Sure, it's fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway.
Oh boy. John's rehearsal.
I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot, so I made a few bloopers. They're reshooting the scene today, so... Well, I decided to rehearse a little on my own, that's all. I do it all the time. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. You were rehearsing alone that late at night? John, when I called you last night, you told me you were at the hotel.
You called him? About what time was that?
I believe it was around 11 p.m. I require him to call me every night. That's our rule whenever he stays away from home. The truth is, I was at the film lot during that time.
Oh boy. She's gonna... Oh.
And so you lied to me. I'm sorry. Miss Courtney sure is angry. I think it's admirable that he practiced on his own, even if he hid it from his mom.
I'm sure she was simply worried. Who knows what could have happened to him out alone so late at night. And in reality, he did get caught up in yesterday's incident.
But John said there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, right?
Is that really the truth? There are no mistakes in that testimony, correct?
Of course there's no mistakes. It was just a normal, peaceful night. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. A peaceful night? How could you say that when an incident like this has occurred?
Okay, he is still a child. Please don't get seriously angry. So, there was nothing out of the ordinary?
He doesn't know anything at all about the incident. That's the impression I'm getting. But isn't there evidence that shows something did happen last night?
Yes, I don't have time to waste dealing with the child's lies. Let's present the contradiction.
There we go. Okay, so it was the footprints. And there he goes with the smugness.
There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. That's a lie, isn't it? We have evidence right here.
Could that be?
That's right. It's the video you recorded of your performance.
What? You're telling me you have video from last night?
Exactly. And in this video, there's clearly something that is out of the ordinary.
This is a monster's footprint?
Would you say that monsters' footprints are commonplace on a film set?
John, why did you conceal this video from us? No reason, really.
Hey, Pup! This is no joking matter. You had a reason to hide it, right?
John Marsh, answer him clearly. But, Mom...
Well?
I didn't want anyone to see me rehearsing.
In other words, you're embarrassed about others seeing you practice.
Yeah, got a problem with that?
You're saying that's why you hid the evidence?
John... Yep.
I love... He has so much...
Quit nagging me. You've already busted me. What more do you want? Yeah, the footprints were there, but I just practiced and headed home. Hold it! How come you're so calm after finding those footprints? It's a monster, you know? A real live monster. I thought it was just a part of the set. Besides, there's lots of other weird stuff around here, too. He's suspicious, Chief! That kid's really suspicious. You're right. The smell of a scoop stinks to high heaven. Shut up. We're done talking.
We're not done here yet.
What now?
The monster's footprints weren't the only unusual things that happened last night. Besides the monster's footprints, what other unusual thing happened last night? Okay, let's see. Is this it? A monster's head fell from the roof of that building. Surely you must have known about that.
I don't know anything about it.
Is that true?
I told you, I just practiced a bit and then I went back. I don't know anything about Mozilla's head falling or anything like that. Or do you have evidence to show that I know something?
There certainly isn't any evidence of that. It's also possible that it fell after John had already gone back.
There's no evidence, and like I said, we're done talking.
It seems that John doesn't really want to talk about last night. Could he be hiding something after all?
Wait up!
Agent Lang?
It's as I thought. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. This video backs up my logic.
Huh? Is there something in the video that's related to the case?
Yeah. Take a good hard look at the monster costume at the top left. In the top left.
The Mozilla costume?
Try comparing it with the one over there right now.
Oh, it's unzipped.
And now it's zipped up. It looks like it's just hanging there limply, though. And the zipper on the back is zipped up tightly.
Zipper on its back? What? This discrepancy is...
Yeah, the difference is plain to see. In the video, the zipper is clearly open. That's right. Someone was inside.
What?
Mr. Powers, is the costume zipper usually... It's always zipped up tightly when it's not in use.
Mr. Prosecutor, do you remember my logic from before?
Oh god. So they were hiding the body in there. Okay, fine.
You're saying the body was hidden inside the costume?
Yeah, that's right. Judge Courtney, 2 nights ago you pushed the president off the roof of the tower. You then hid the body inside the monster costume.
I did no such thing.
Say what you want, but you're the only one who could have done it.
That should have already been proven impossible. The film lot was locked at the time. Judge Courtney could not have emptied this place.
And what if there was an accomplice?
What?
I'll tell you my reasoning, so listen up.
Oh, I know it. The kid did it.
Mother and son theory. When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved. The 2 of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there.
You think this crime had such an elaborate plan?
To take the life of a nation's president, an elaborate plan is to be expected, don't you think?
John would never take part in such a crime.
You're the one being suspected. Your words don't carry much weight.
I wouldn't think those 2 had sufficient motive for something like this, though.
Well, maybe they had a motive that we didn't know about. You were the last one to meet with the president, and you're still keeping the details secret. Don't you think it's only natural that you're being suspected?
Judge Courtney, is there no way for you to tell us your secret?
My apologies. I just cannot, no matter what. However, when the time I can talk about it comes, I will surely let you know. So, if you could please...
Believe you? Is that what you wanted to say? That's what all criminals say. And you, pup, if you've got an explanation, hurry up and spit it out.
I didn't do nothing. That's all I'm saying.
Both mother and son won't talk. You still gonna defend him like this?
It's true, Judge Courtney's actions are a mystery. However, we still don't know whether or not that ties in with the motive for murder.
Yeah, that's right. Their motive for murder can wait. For now, let's talk about the situation surrounding the crime. And the fact that these 2 are the only ones who could have done it.
Okay, let's see. The president was pushed off the roof. John was waiting at the film lot. John was an accomplice. The problem with the locks would be resolved. Two of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there.
Mr. Lang's logic does seem to make sense.
Indeed, if those two were accomplices, the crime certainly would have been possible. So it would be useless to argue that point.
In that case, what should we do?
Firstly, we should have Agent Lang explain his reasoning in more detail. Let's draw out more information. How would that resolve the problem?
I figured you'd ask that, Mr. Prosecutor, but you know it's actually quite simple. Listen up. First, that woman pushes the president off the roof.
She pushes him off.
Then that brat who knew the combination for the lock unlocks the film lot.
I see. The combination unlocks the brat.
Okay, it's the opposite.
That's all it takes. With this, the problem of the lock is solved. Your theory that she couldn't get in because she didn't know the combination no longer flies.
Regarding the lock, that certainly is a plausible explanation. Agent Lang, thank you for your clear explanation. Please continue with what you were saying before.
If you're going to give up, you better do it now.
In the video, we cannot see the inside of the costume. So can you really say for certain that the body was placed inside?
Yeah, I'll give you that much. In that case, why don't we try examining it? The inside of that costume. There might be some traces left inside.
Mr. Powers, may we examine the inside of the costume?
Sure, go ahead. But it might be kind of stinky since I sweat a lot in there.
This is incredibly dirty.
That's strange. We always make sure to clean it after using it so the sweat doesn't damage the costume.
Isn't this just proof that someone besides you used this costume? I'd say that dirt from the body probably got into the costume.
The president's body did fall on top of the monster's footprint. That must be where the dirt came from.
Are you satisfied now?
Yep, there we go. Okay, right answer. Dirt got onto the costume when the body was hidden inside it. Is that really the case?
You have a problem with that?
There's a fair amount of dirt inside the front of the costume.
Yeah, that is a lot of dirt.
However, I would like you to focus on the state the body is in. It's lying on top of the dirt, yet there's no dirt on the front of the body. If the body really was inside the costume, then it's strange that the front of the body isn't stained with more dirt.
Well then, how would you explain it? How did the dirt get inside the costume?
From the video footage, it's very likely that someone was inside the costume. But just who could it have been?
Where have I seen this?
What's the matter, Kay?
I just feel like I remember seeing something like that looked like this dirt somewhere before. But where was it? There were these bits of gray fragments mixed in with the dirt. Oh shit.
Gray fragments? That does seem to be something other than normal dirt mixed into it.
Something must have gotten stuck to it, and lots of it, I might add.
Something got stuck to it? This may merit a closer look. Where did we see dirt that looks like it? What's...
Okay, are we gonna use the newspaper or... Oh, yeah, the gloves. It's the gloves!
This dirt has some gray bits mixed into it.
Huh? And what of it?
We found an item belonging to a certain man that was covered in the same type of dirt. That is to say, these gloves.
Those dirt stains certainly look the same, but tell me, just what exactly is this gray substance?
Oh, it's cement, obviously.
This gray substance is concrete. This gray substance must be fragments of concrete.
You mean the stuff that was scattered around the monster's footprints?
Exactly. Meanwhile, who do these gloves, which are stained with the same kind of dirt, belong to?
Oh, I remember! We found it at Blaze's place.
Earlier today, we went to Blaze's garage. There, we discovered these dirt-stained gloves. And come to think of it, there were also hammers, shovels, and other tools placed inside as well. Why would mechanics gloves intended to be used on machines be covered in dirt? If he broke with the concrete with the hammer and then dug into the soil with the shovel, then it's only natural for dirt like that to get on the gloves.
Then maybe...
Yes, the true nature of the monster's footprints has been made clear. It's possible that these footprints were dug up by DeBeste himself.
It's possible? It's possible, you say? Please do enlighten me, because I honestly have no clue. Why on earth would he do something like that?
Why did he make the monster footprints? Thinking about it, the answer must be...
He was digging something up.
It's possible he was digging something up. It probably went something like this. Last night at this spot there was something that Blaze needed to dig up. For that reason, he broke the lock on the back door and sneaked into the film lot. Using the hammer and shovel, he set to work. He placed the items he dug into his bag, but before he could fill the holes...
Ah, that's when John came to practice.
Exactly. Blaze panicked and had no choice but to hide himself in the Mozilla costume nearby.
Grr! To think you would deduce so much from just a pair of dirt-stained gloves! However, all this is merely a possibility. There's still no proof that he was the one who was hiding inside that costume. For all we know, he might have left the scene once he's finished digging.
On the contrary, such proof does exist and can be seen in the video. When this video was just recorded, Blaze was definitely inside the film lot.
What?
Though I can't blame Agent Lang for not noticing. The difference between the current film lot and the one in John's video, along with the state of Blaze's garage, it's all too clear that Blaze was still here. What proves that Blaze was still on the film lot when this video was recorded?
Oh, bag, right? Yep, it was. There we go. The smugness.
This bag placed near the costume. There was an identical one inside Blaze's garage. First, the dirt on the gloves, and now the bag. It seems there's a connection. Mechanics gloves data updated in my organizer. That's my proof. Blaze was inside the costume. Ergo, the president's body could not have been hidden inside it.
Ayah!
It seems I was able to refute Agent Lang's reasoning.
Someone needs to go investigate Blaze's house right away, pal. We need to know what was inside that bag.
Yes, sir! Hold it. Hold it.
Hold it! Y'all pop down and listen up. Y'all just been saying whatever works best for y'all.
And the noisy one returns.
That there's the footprints of the mighty Mozilla. They ain't just some random holes dug up by that old coot.
I believe the true nature of these footprints has already been proven quite logically.
Logic smogic, I ain't buying it. Say what you want, but I know what I saw, and I saw Mozilla.
Is she referring to how she saw Mozilla out the window of the Grand Tower? Preposterous.
Upon our journalist souls, we ain't having none of it.
That statement is an insult to journalists everywhere.
Ah, that's right. There's more to them monsters than just those footprints. I remember hearing that Sonny over there was seen with the monster earlier. I reckon that gal over there said she witnessed it herself.
When these two are together, all meaningful talk grinds to a halt.
If we only knew just what the monster really was, I think those two would quiet down. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do?
The monster's true identity? We don't have much choice. Let's see what we can do.
Isn't there something y'all ain't telling us about the monster? Nicole, ask him. Ask him right now.
Please settle down. Regarding the true identity of that monster, I already know what it is.
What'd you say?
That's right. The video John recorded provided the hint that I needed.
What you talking about?
Miss Nichols saw Gordy when she went to check up on John's practice. At that time, she mistook something for Gordy. The monster can be seen in this photograph.
What? Ain't that just some plain old souvenir photo? Y'all don't really think you can pull the wool over the eyes of a pro like me, do ya?
What did Miss Nicholas really see that she mistook for Gordy?
That would be the film crane.
Yep. Yep, here we go. Do it, man. Be the smugness.
Naturally, Gordy's true identity was this camera crane.
What?
The video John recorded was shot from fairly high up. A shot from this position would be impossible without a camera crane.
Hold it! Hold it! But there ain't no way Ms. Nichols would mistake a camera crane for Gordy.
I wonder about that. Ms. Nichols,
Yes?
earlier you said the prescription for your glasses didn't match your eyesight anymore, correct?
Yes. Lately it seems like my eyesight has suddenly gotten a lot worse.
So, would you say that you weren't able to see Gordy very clearly in the dark?
That's right. Its silhouette was all I could make out. But remember what Ms. Nichols said? And I quote, its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile. Camera cranes ain't got no flesh on them, let alone skin. It's just a bare steel frame.
That is certainly true, at least in the case of this photo. However, last night it did have skin.
Hold it! Y'all just doing whatever you can to get in the way of our big scoop, ain't ya?
That was not my intention. But since I've come this far, it's time to put an end to your nonsense.
Bimp, bimp.
Gordy's skin is right before our very eyes. This is the skin of Gordy that Ms. Nicholas saw.
It's the fucking tarp, obviously, because it was raining out.
As Ms. Nichols stated in her testimony earlier, it looked like it was going to rain last night. Well, it never actually rained. John still covered the camera crane with a rainproof sheet, which to Ms. Nichols looked like a monster's skin.
What? You gotta be kidding me!
Isn't that right, John?
Man, you saw through it all. Not bad, old man.
Yes. Unfortunately, the Gordy that Ms. Nichols saw was nothing more than an illusion.
Not again. Looks like my dream has shriveled up and died once again. Mentor. Seems like things have finally settled down. I really thought the boy was hiding something from me. Guess I had it all wrong.
Now that we've figured out the true form of the monster, everyone seems refreshed.
Actually, there's two people here who are totally bummed out.
Agent Lang! The report is in, sir. We've got the reports of President Huang's autopsy.
Good, show it to me. Contusions and bone fractures found across the body, resulting from tremendous pressure? So this was the cause of death. In other words, he was crushed to death.
I thought as much. Crime scene notes updated in my organizer.
The yellow stain on his chest is currently under investigation. But it seems that gunpowder residue was on his right hand.
Sunflower residue? I didn't know the president was into gardening.
No gunpowder residue. Traces of it are left behind when a gun is fired. Since it has been found on his right hand, it's possible that the president fired a gun.
A gun, huh? We didn't find any guns when we investigated this area.
Unexplained gunpowder residue? I'll have to look over the autopsy report later. Now then, Agent Lang, it seems we have our answer. The president did not die from falling off the roof of the Grand Tower. Rather, he died from being crushed under Mozilla's head.
I can't deny it. Looks like your logic was right after all.
This means the suspicion surrounding Miss Courtney should be cleared up, right?
Yes, not only the cause of death, but the time of death proves her innocence as well. Judge Courtney met with the president 2 nights ago. However, according to the autopsy report, the time of death was around 11 p.m. last night. Mozilla's head also fell last night. It matches up perfectly.
That's a relief.
No, it isn't. John's the main...
Isn't it a bit too early to be relieved?
Agent Lang?
The president died after being crushed by the Mozilla's head. That I will admit. But the problem is, who was responsible for the falling head?
Mozilla's head fell last night. And last night, the one who was at the film lot was... Oh no!
What are you saying? Surely you're not implying...
That's right. You killed him, didn't you? John Marsh? That pup is hiding something. He was at the scene of where the body was discovered last night. He also saw the footprints. And despite that, he still claims to know absolutely nothing about the incident. Isn't that a bit too convenient?
These footprint-shaped holes have not been proven to be related to the case. And just because he saw the holes doesn't necessarily mean that he's involved in the incident.
You sure about that? Take a look at the pup's face. He looks pretty shaken up to me.
It looks like he hit the mark, but John doesn't want to talk about it.
If he doesn't feel like talking, then I have an idea of my own. Let's check the tape.
Agent Lang, what is your intention?
The police have a device that lets you analyze the video footage up close and personal.
Agent Lang, you would suspect John enough to go that far?
As long as John's lips are sealed, this may be the only way for us to get closer to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, if I'm not mistaken, you have that device with you, correct?
Mr. Analysis is ready to go, sir. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, would you please perform the video analysis for us?
She wants me to do it?
Who knows what kind of faults that Wolfman will find in it.
This isn't exactly my strong suit, but I suppose I have no choice. Are there any new clues shown on the video? Oh, wait a second. This is...
What's the matter? I want to see too. Eek!
Hey, what's wrong? Show it to me.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I request you submit the evidence to the court.
Please take a look at the top right corner of the zoomed-in video.
This person is... the president?
Impossible. Huh? No way.
It seems we finally found it at last. The evidence that points to the true killer.
This video places John at a major disadvantage.
You're wrong. That's not right. I didn't know anything about this.
That's not gonna cut it. It's clear that you and the victim were together at the same place where his body was later found. John Marsh, there's no doubt. You killed the president.
No, this can't be. Why? Why would you? John, please don't tell me. Did you really kill the president? Mr. Edgeworth, is this really decisive evidence?
Mr. Prosecutor, looks like even you can't object to this. That pup said he didn't know anything, right? And yet the president's right here in the video.
John, what are you hiding?
John, please tell us the truth. The truth is, it's all my fault. John Marsh, what did you do? Mozilla's head falling was all my fault.
Okay, here we go. He's lying. During the rehearsal.
While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Mozilla's head that was on the roof had fallen. And right next to it was the president, lying dead on the ground. How could that be?
I see. There were indeed traces that something had caught fire on the rooftop.
It was just a small fire, so I was able to put it out by myself. So the president's death was John's fault?
But wouldn't that make this an accident, sir?
And then what did you do with the fallen head?
I took it apart, brought the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together.
So you put out the fire and even put the fallen head back on the roof, which means you were hiding evidence. We can't be having that, you naughty little pup.
Hold it. I didn't do it on purpose. I really did just forget to turn off the heater.
When the legs broke, the stand would have tilted. If Mozilla's head was on top of the stand, it would have fallen off.
it would have fallen off.
Okay, yeah, alright. So, we're just rereading that.
Was it really just an accident? If that's the truth, then what was the president doing here?
I don't know. There was no one else around when I was there.
You expect me to believe that? The president wouldn't have just come to a place like this without a reason, you know.
Indeed, the president's reason for coming here is still a huge mystery.
No, it isn't. What are you talking about? We know the answer.
2 nights ago, he met with Judge Courtney on the roof of the Grand Tower.
What the fuck are you talking about? There's a mystery. It's not a fucking mystery. We know the answer. Fuck you. Fuck you, Gabe.
And last night, he was here at the film lot. Did he meet with John? I'll have to listen to John's testimony very carefully.
I was setting up the equipment on the roof. I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Brazil's head that was on the roof had fallen, and right next to it was the president lying dead on the ground.
What was the state of the body?
I didn't get a good look, because it was dark.
He suddenly becomes quiet as a mouse.
I guess John doesn't really want to remember anything about the body.
Was that the only reason why he's gone so quiet? Should I press him for more details?
Yeah, let's press him.
You didn't get a good look? Then how did you know he was dead?
That's... well...
He's clearly shaken. He must be hiding something. Wouldn't you normally call for help if you see someone collapse on the ground? However, you did nothing of the sort.
But he was already dead.
Is that so? You seem quite certain that the president was already dead. Now, is there a reason for that, I wonder?
Hold it. The guy was collapsed on the ground, and right next to him was the fallen monster's head. I'm not stupid. It wasn't hard to imagine what happened.
You can imagine whatever you want, but there was no way for you to know that he was dead. You actually checked to make sure the president was dead, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I was scared, but I got up close to the body and checked to see if he was breathing.
I thought as much. However, why would he hide that? There must be a reason. Please tell me the state of the body at the time.
At first, I didn't know he was dead. I'd have realized sooner if there had been any blood. But there wasn't a single drop, and his clothes were completely spotless. Either way, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was already dead.
Would you please append those statements to your testimony?
Hold up a second. His clothes were spotless. No, they are not.
His clothes were spotless.
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with it, old man?
John, it is painfully obvious that you are desperately trying to hide something from me.
What are you gonna do? What are you going on about? I'm not hiding anything.
You are hiding something about this yellow stain on the president's clothes, correct? Why did you leave it entirely out of your testimony? The fact you made no mention of it only serves to cast more suspicion upon yourself.
That's because...
I hope you have a convincing explanation. Judge Courtney?
Allow me to explain.
Why are you...
The yellow stain left on the president's chest is almost certainly lion lily pollen.
Lion Lily?
When I met with the president on the roof of the Grand Tower 2 nights ago, I brought him a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies are beautiful flowers with stunning gold petals. And some of the pollen from the lilies must have gotten on the president's suit. Huh? But... I didn't see any lilies in the security footage, though. They were simply obscured by the president's body.
Why did you bring a bouquet?
That... I cannot say.
Hey, you're keeping way too many secrets. You won't tell us why you met with the president or the reason you brought him flowers?
My apologies. However, I did give him the bouquet. That much is true.
But when the president's body was discovered, we didn't find any flowers.
I honestly don't know how that could be.
Ha! Hey, Miss Judge! All your answers have been too vague. You can't say this, and you don't know that. Do you accept flimsy testimony like that in your trials?
Hold it! Hey, cut it out!
John,
I threw the flowers away.
You threw them away? So there were flowers near the body when you found it?
Yeah, that's right. They're right on top of the president's body. They'd been crushed as flat as pancakes, though.
Ah, I see. So the flowers were squashed by Moozilla's head, too.
And a large amount of pollen got stuck to the president's suit. That seems to be the gist of it. However, why did you go out of your way to dispose of the flowers?
No reason.
So, John's not going to tell us anything either.
I guess mother and son both have a lot of secrets, huh?
Oh shit.
That is not true. At the very least, I can tell you why John threw away those flowers.
Huh?
John, you saw me leaving the house with those flowers in hand, did you not?
Ah, I get it. John saw the flowers and thought of his mom.
He threw them away in order to protect Judge Courtney from being suspected.
That's not true. You're all wrong.
That was his worst lie yet. Bouquet data jotted down in my organizer. Crime scene notes updated in my organizer.
I often decorate our house with those flowers. The bouquet must have reminded him of me.
So the pup just happens to find the flowers from his mother's bouquet on top of the body? That's why he threw them away and kept silent about the body? Ha! That's a tidy little story if I've ever heard one.
And what's wrong with that? I suppose you prefer untidy, messy stories, Agent Lang?
Don't tell me you've forgotten already, Missy. This pup confessed that he caused the monster's head to fall last night.
Oh, that's true, but...
He's currently the only suspect in the president's murder.
It is true that there are many reasons to suspect John. However, there is someone other than John who is far more suspicious.
What'd you say?
John himself was kidnapped by that very person not too long ago.
And we rescued him from the refrigerated warehouse near the harbor, pal. A refrigerated warehouse? That's right, pal. The refrigeration wasn't turned on, so he wasn't about to freeze to death. But if he hadn't yelled out for help, we would have never found him.
Once the sleeping drugs wore off, he was finally able to call out for help.
Sleeping drugs, huh? If I recall correctly, when you were kidnapped.
That's right! There was a bottle lying on the floor of the refrigerated warehouse. I think it was the same thing that was used on me not long ago. That sleepy zzz stuff. It's super powerful.
Sleeping drugs jotted down in my organizer. How about it, Agent Lang? John is clearly a victim. There's a mastermind at work behind the scenes of this case.
I don't know anything about this so-called mastermind. You say they were here last night?
I still don't know for sure yet.
Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Indeed, I still don't have any evidence that ties the mastermind to this murder. Is there someone else? Is there anyone besides John who had the opportunity to murder the president?
I can think of one person. Come on. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, I guess we could go with him too.
That's it.
As I thought, in the end, that pup is our only suspect.
Objection.
Isn't there one more suspect, Agent Lang?
What's this?
Didn't we prove it earlier? Last night, there was one more person here.
Blaze DeBeste. You're saying he's the one who did it?
Last night, John was not alone. Blaze DeBeste was here too. Shouldn't we consider him to be a new suspect?
Blaze DeBeste killed the president?
It's entirely possible.
Blaze DeBeste. It can't be. The same guy from 12 years ago?
12 years ago? That keeps popping up.
And they really like going back to the scene for flashbacks, don't they?
Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago?
Nothing that concerns you.
On the contrary, it might just have some sort of connection with this case.
And I suppose you have some proof, Mr. Prosecutor. Show me evidence that there's a connection between this case and the one 12 years ago.
Evidence, you say?
If you don't have any evidence, then there's no point in talking about it.
Is there any evidence that connects this case with what happened 12 years ago?
Could it be this?
This letter was sent to Jill Crane, who was murdered 2 days ago. Although the sender is currently unknown, here it is written as follows. Please get revenge for 12 years ago.
What? 12 years ago?
That's not all. Take a look at this as well. This is a report written by Patricia Rowland to Blaze DeBeste regarding Knightley. Please read this part here.
That thing he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago?
Agent Lang, something big is happening here. Jill Crane's murder 2 days ago, and now the President's murder today. There has to be some connection there. And the key to solving it lies in what happened 12 years ago, does it not?
You're asking me to reopen the old wounds of the Lang clan?
Agent Lang, I beg of you. Who was that just now?
Shifu! Hold it!
You guys, what are you all doing here?
We followed you here, Shifu! We heard that Shifu was investigating the incident from 12 years ago.
You idiots! I'm not your boss anymore! Get back to your own posts!
Sir, we can't do that.
What'd you say? Are you disobeying my order?
Shifu, we also beg of you, reinvestigate the SS-5 incident from 12 years ago. None of us could ever forget that case. We know you feel the same way, Shifu.
Agent Lang, even your former subordinates decided to investigate the case.
And you think you can solve the mysteries of that case?
Perhaps I can, with your help.
I got it. I accept your invitation.
Shifu, Shifu, Shifu!
Now then, with that decided, I guess it's my turn to shine.
Okay.
We're investigating a case from the past, right? And guess what the best tool for that is?
The little Mr. Thief.
That's right. If we have the case files from the past case, I can recreate it.
Unfortunately, I don't have the case files.
Huh? What do you mean?
Access to those case files is restricted. It's being treated as highly classified information.
Why is that?
I don't know, but it seems like there were a lot of things that they wanted to keep hidden. Even what I know is limited to what was published in the newspapers back then.
That will not be a problem. In any case, please tell us what you know.
Sure. The SS-5 incident. The incident occurred on a winter day 12 years ago. It was the 10th of February. The police department in this country received a call from a group of kidnappers. We've kidnapped President Huang, they said.
Kidnapped?
The SS-5 incident was the case of President Huang's kidnapping. They demanded a ransom of $100 million.
100 million? Wait, just how much is that?
It's such a large amount, she's having trouble visualizing it.
That night, my old man was the last person to meet with the president. They were together at the Zhengfa embassy until midnight on February 10th. After that, no one knows what the president was doing up until he was kidnapped. With the president's life at stake, the Zhengfa government frantically gathered the money. After that, the ransom was delivered and the president was returned safe and sound.
So, President Huang has been the president since 12 years ago? That's really amazing.
Well, being in office for so long is just a small part of how amazing the man is.
Lang seemed a bit happy when he said that. And what happened to the kidnappers?
Well, a top-secret covert investigation was carried out. Then a secret trial was held.
A trial? Does that mean the suspect was caught?
The suspect was Patricia Rowland.
Hmm? Then the reason you came to the prison a few days ago...
Yeah, I was put on extended leave from Interpol. So I decided to go back and reinvestigate what happened 12 years ago. First, I had to get a look at the face of my target.
So the trial 12 years ago ended with a not guilty verdict.
Yeah! Back then, my old man was in charge of every aspect of the president's security. He took responsibility for the kidnapping and was relieved of his post as bodyguard. But he continued to investigate as a regular police officer until he finally found the culprit. It was none other than Patricia Rowland. There was no way she couldn't be innocent. However, the result was a not guilty verdict. In the end, the case went unsolved. Crushed in both body and soul, my old man resigned from the police.
What was the basis for arresting Patricia Rowland?
There was a lot of evidence. At least that's what I think. But I can't see those documents for myself. So that's where my story ends.
What should we do? With only this much information, even the little thief would have a hard time producing a recreation.
Is there really nothing we can do?
Hold it.
Looks like you could use some help.
Who's that?
Oh, looks like...
Looked like you could use some help.
Francisca.
Hey, Mr. Shields, too!
We finished up with the trial and finally managed to catch up with you guys.
Wait, what do you mean finished? The judge was, like, captured. How come they... What do you mean finished up with the trial? What the hell?
Here, take this.
This is...
Ah, it's the case files for the SS5 incident, sir.
SS5 incident files jotted down in my organizer.
When Roland mentioned it 12 years ago during the trial, it caught my interest. I looked into it immediately and got in touch with Interpol.
I expected no less from you, Francisca.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. I didn't prepare these documents for you as a former prosecutor. I did it for the sake of the investigator taking up the case his father left behind.
Sis! But I thought information on the SS5 incident was restricted to the public.
That restriction was placed by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Blaise DeBeste.
Blaise DeBeste was the prosecutor in charge?
Him!
However, as a result of the trial just now, Blaise's authority has been revoked. It's all thanks to his son.
Sebastian? By bringing down his father, the door to this past case has been opened.
Prosecutor DeBeste is currently wrapping things up in Patricia Rowland's trial. He told me to relay this message to you. Leave Pops and his cohorts to me. You guys just take care of the case on your end.
He has become quite reliable right before our very eyes.
Truly. Alrighty then. This is perfect. Now that we have the files, just leave the recreation to me.
Indeed. Well then, let us begin. According to these documents, it appears that the incident took place right in front of the Tower Plaza.
Then let's head up to the plaza right away. Let's head to the plaza right away.
April 6th, 3:20. I like how only some of them have walking sprites. April 6th, 3:25 p.m. outside Grand Tower, Tower Plaza. Okay, would you please activate the little Mr. Thief?
Right. With these case files, recreating everything should be a snap. Where should I start?
Where indeed, according to these documents, it seems there was a witness to the kidnapping of the president, a freelance journalist by the name of Jack Cameron. However, he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was murdered by the culprit.
So that would mean the place you saw the president at was here.
Here? At the Grand Tower?
No, the Grand Tower was only built around a year ago, Kay. Before that, the place contained mostly abandoned buildings. However, 12 years ago, this place was...
Ha! Now you're finally talking about some stuff that I know. Yeah, 12 years ago, at this very spot was... the Happy Family Home. What's that, pal? It was a place where children who had lost their parents could live. Or to put it simply, It was an orphanage.
So, the president was kidnapped at that orphanage.
And the head of that facility at the time was Patricia Rowland. Apparently, Rowland always referred to it as her home.
It seems that suspicion would naturally fall upon her.
Patricia Rowland, Blaze DeBeste, and President Huang. The darkness that remains from the SS-5 incident still casts a shadow on the present case. Okay, I'd like you to input the investigation data from Jack Cameron's murder case. We can probably assume that he was killed by one of the kidnappers.
So if we solve the murder case, we'll know who the kidnappers were, right?
Precisely. I'm counting on you.
Man, all of these segments are just like incredibly, incredibly long. Wow, that's a dead body, all right. Oh god, he's scared out of his wits. What the heck is this? Everything's green.
I've come to expect such reactions. This is a recreation of the grounds of the facility that stood here 12 years ago, based on the documents from the police investigation.
I recreated the scene to show what it looked like when the police arrived at 7 a.m. the next day.
It appears a fair amount of snow had piled up here.
Yeah, I heard that the footprints of the snow were prime pieces of evidence. The snow fell during the day, the snow fell during the day on the day of the incident.
That is such a poorly constructed sentence. I'm sorry.
So, the snow only fell before the crime took place. Which means the footprints wouldn't have been erased by any further snow. I must make sure to pay close attention to these footprints.
Begin investigation. Orphanage front yard.
These footprints stop near the body.
They must be Mr. Cameron's footprints. He sure has some big feet. They look like a size 11. According to the data, his shoes match these footprints.
The footprints here seem to lead to and from the body.
These footprints were believed to be the culprits. The shoe size is about a size 7. That's fairly average. Since we won't be able to tell who the culprit is from these footprints.
So, this is the eyewitness of the president's kidnapping, Jack Cameron. What exactly did he witness?
I've recreated the state of his body based on the photos taken by the police.
It appears he was struck in the head from behind.
The murder weapon was a brick, right? It looks like the ones from this garden.
The blood that flowed from his head had splattered all over the surroundings.
Here, take this. It's Mr. Cameron's autopsy report.
Cameron's autopsy. COD, bludgeoned to death. God. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This is the brick that was used as the murder weapon.
You can find bricks like this all over the garden. They must have used one of them as a weapon.
The victim was carrying a camera.
Oh, according to the case files, it seems he only managed to take a single photo. Here it is.
This is...
Isn't that the president?
He's being held at gunpoint. This must be the scene the victim witnessed.
So the person in the coat must be the kidnapper.
Indeed, it seems like some sort of disguise. If the logic of Agent Lang's father is correct, then this person should be Patricia Rowland.
But why is there only one photo?
Perhaps he was killed before he could take any more? Cameron's photo data jotted down in my organizer.
The blood is so vivid. According to the autopsy report, it seems the immediate cause of death was blood loss from the blow to the head.
Indeed, not only did it spill out from the wound, but it splattered around the surrounding area. No one could have survived after losing this much blood. I guess it's safe to say that the autopsy report matches the state of affairs.
Hey, that's a flower. A yellow flower has fallen here.
In the language of flowers, it means a stolen treasure.
Okay, please stop making things up. Still, this flower seems to be of a different variety from the ones growing nearby.
Well then, why is it in a place like this?
This bothers me a little. We should examine the flower bed itself after this.
I knew it! Someone must have stolen this from somewhere and brought it here.
Okay.
And in the language of flowers, this means an angry prosecutor.
Incredible. I assume this is the victim's cell phone.
That's right. Apparently Mr. Cameron gave his eyewitness testimony over the cell phone.
What do you mean by over the cell phone?
After Cameron found the president, it seems that he called his girlfriend. But she didn't answer the phone, so Cameron left a message on her answering machine. The tape is in the case files, too. You want to hear it?
Please.
Hello, Jill? Are you asleep already? Oh no, it's Jill Crane. I'm in front of the facility now, but something's not right. President Huang is here of all places. And what's more, crap, the light just went out. I can barely see a thing now. I can't believe it, but it almost looks like he's being kidnapped. I thought I'd let you know.
Clunk. What was that sound at the end?
It seems he was attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, may I ask, what was the name of Mr. Cameron's beloved?
I'm pretty sure I heard her name was Jill Crane.
Yep, that's what I thought. So it was true. Did you say Jill?
This was why she was seeking revenge for 12 long years?
Man, her boyfriend was pretty ugly then. I mean, it's like, you know, she was like in her 40s, so it's like I can't. But she clearly looked like she would have been. But Ms. Crane tried to get revenge on Blaze, right?
She may have wanted to get revenge on him for covering up the kidnapping case. Or perhaps she thought Blaze himself was the kidnapper. And Cameron's testimony jotted down in my organizer.
Okay, well, I think we got as much evidence as we can out of there. Let's take a look at that flower bed, then.
The flower bed?
According to the data, this facility had 3 gardens. And each of these gardens contained 3 flower beds.
The way these flower beds are lined up. Have I seen this arrangement somewhere before?
Since it was during the winter, there were no flowers in bloom. What a shame.
What's this yellow flower?
Huh? Why is there a single flower here? That is a lion lily. It's a very rare type of lily.
Did you say lion lily?
That's a flower Miss Courtney gave to the president.
What's it doing here? Could it be just a coincidence?
If I recall, the lion lily originates from Asia. In the language of flowers, it means the bond between parent and child.
I never knew you were so familiar with flowers.
That much is common sense. You're simply lacking in your studies, Miles Edgeworth.
Wait a second. I can make a logical deduction now, I believe. Bazingo. Yep. There we go.
Perhaps this is the true nature of the monster's footprints.
True nature?
Compare the positions of the 3 footprints and the 3 flower beds on the left.
Ah!
The exposed areas of dirt match the areas where the flower beds were.
So Blaze dug holes in front of where each of the 3 flower beds used to be?
Exactly. Now, why would he do such a thing? I believe we have a piece of evidence that tells us why. Why did Blaze dig holes near the flower beds?
Well, let's see. Is it the autopsy report?
This is the reason why.
No, it wasn't. Haha! So what does this tell us?
Isn't it obvious?
No, it's not.
Obviously, this tells us absolutely nothing at all.
Please be more serious, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that wasn't it.
Let's take another look at the evidence. There must be something in there.
Indeed, there must be some piece of evidence that explains Blaze's actions. Let's see. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. 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 Nuh-uh. Nope. No, sir. Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nuh-uh. Yeah, if only. Nope. Okay, so, nope, not that either. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, fair enough. Try the photo? Nope, photo's not it either. That be it? Nope. Man, I am all out of ideas here. Well, let's just save to be safe, because I kind of don't want to go through all that again. You know, it's kind of annoying, honestly. Okay, let's continue then. All right, Grand Tournament, middle part 1. Jesus Christ, I still have 2 more segments to go. Repeat the bouquet? Nope, not the bouquet either. Oh! Dadoy. God, I'm an idiot. The report from Patricia Rowland to Blaze DeBeste. It is said that something was laid to rest in front of the flower bed.
So Blaze was following Ms. Rowland's instructions to dig it up? But why would he dig up 3 holes?
The report didn't state which of the 3 flower beds the item was in front of.
Oh, so Blaze didn't know exactly where to dig. That's why he had to dig up all 3 spots.
Most likely, yes. I'm sure Blaze himself was none too happy about that.
He went through all that trouble. I wonder what he was trying to dig up. This door! I remember seeing it from somewhere.
Of course he would. It looks exactly like the Grand Tower door we saw earlier.
But this is a recreation from 12 years ago. That means this door has been here since then.
It seems when the Grand Tower was built, they decided to reuse the door rather than destroy it.
It's like the old saying goes, discover something new by heating up something old.
Oh, it seems she's understood the correct meaning of a saying for once.
But if you're using a microwave to do it, don't heat it over for over 5 minutes.
God. Alright, okay, let's try doing a little, deduction.
Could it be the murder weapon? Ah, no, it wasn't. Ah, crap. Okay.
The pieces don't fit together quite right. I need to reconsider the information.
Well, those are all I've got right now, so apparently that ain't it.
This has mostly melted, but it appears to be a snowman.
He has a scarf and a hat. It must have melted since it was dressed so warmly. The poor thing has even lost one of the buttons that was used for its eyes.
The temperature reaches its lowest point at dawn. Perhaps it would have refrozen later.
Not so fast, Mr. Edra. Once a snowman melts, even if it freezes up again, it becomes an iceman instead of a snowman.
What? Is that what she was expecting me to say? These playground toys are modeled after a hare and a tortoise like from the fable. The tortoise and the hare competed in race, and in the end, the hare lost.
And now, for some reason, And now, for something completely different, it's time for a K quiz. Why did the hare lose? There are 3 choices.
I already know the answer. It's because the hare took a nap.
1. The hare's favorite shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu until it became faster than the hare. 3. Unbeknownst to the 2 animals, the Yatagarasu stole the victory from the shadows.
Those are my only choices.
Is it too hard for you? Okay, I'll give you a hint. It starts with the...
She wants me to pick number 3.
God. Okay, maybe I didn't examine the crime scene. Oh, okay, yeah, I did miss something. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's try to examine.
Jack Cameron was a freelance journalist. He was killed because he witnessed the president's kidnapping.
The blood really stands out in the recreation. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Even in the original photo, it looks brutal enough. A lot of blood was spilled. The back of his head is covered in blood. That must be where all the blood spilled from.
According to the autopsy report, he was struck in the back of the head with a brick.
Indeed, it's likely that the killer approached Mr. Cameron from behind. Is the victim holding something in his right hand?
That's also written in the case files. It seems like he was holding onto a button.
A button? Did he tear it off the culprit's clothes? Blood-stained button data jotted down in my organizer.
Well, let's see. Okay, so yeah, it's just literally the same old, same old. That's fine. I guess I literally missed one thing. Alright, let's see. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Let's see, what else can we look at here? Let's talk to Lang, I guess. Maybe he knows something.
3 flower beds and snow.
Agent Lang, what's the matter?
Something strange. I wasn't able to read the SS5 incident case files until now.
Since Blaze had all access to that information restricted.
Yeah, that's right. And yet, I feel like I've seen this exact scene somewhere before.
What do you mean?
Where did I see this? If I could just remember.
He looks deep in thought. I should leave him alone for a while.
Fucking gumshoes here.
Scruffy, don't you dare say a word. I'm warning you.
Eek, Mr. Edward, please help me, sir.
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
It's about the story behind this SS5 incident, sir. even though Blaze may have lost his authority. There's no way you can get confidential documents this quickly. That got me curious, so I made a few calls and asked around. And I found out that Ms. Von Kama used all sorts of forceful tactics to...
Scruffy, I thought I warned you.
Aye!
You've done a lot for us, Francisco. I promise I will bring this to an end with my own hands.
What a scoop! Would you look at that? Those folks have done turned green. Maybe they're sick or something. But their clothes are all are green too. Well, I'll be. Their clothes are green. Well, I'll be. Their clothes are all green too. I reckon this ain't no ordinary disease. You picked up something good. Looks like you're taking it to the next level. Yes, Chief. Looks like there's no way we'll be getting a word in.
Not that I have any desire to intervene.
This scene sure puts a chill in your bones. Uncle Ray needs a hot babe to keep him warm. Could you please try to be a little more serious?
Could you please try to be a little more serious?
Oh, if that's what Kay wants, then I guess I have no choice. Miles, this is where it all began. Isn't that right?
Yes, I fear that is the case.
What was Patricia and Blaze's true goal? There are still many mysteries yet to be solved.
Indeed, it is just as you say.
Particularly the mystery of what will happen to Kay Ray's love. Isn't it suspenseful?
Not even a little. You just couldn't resist, could you, Mr. Shields? Why can't you ever stay serious for more than a minute?
I think he's genuinely incapable of staying serious for that long.
Oh, okay, so I guess...
Please, ask me anything you wish.
You have my heartfelt thanks for bringing John back.
Oh, even the thought of him not coming back makes me... Hey, old man, don't bully my mom.
No, that wasn't my intention.
Ooh, look at him go. Mommy's little knight in shining armor. He's so cool. It's not like that. Quit blabbering stupid stuff about me.
John, please wait. May I proceed, Mr. Edgeworth? My actions were unbecoming of one who calls herself a servant of the goddess of law. I won't ask for forgiveness. However,
Judge Courtney, I am not as well acquainted with the goddess of law as you are. However, isn't that goddess also a mother of other gods? The law makes exceptions for extenuating circumstances. It understands a mother's heart. I'd say perhaps your goddess sympathizes with you more than you think.
Mr. Edgeworth,
I don't get it. What the heck are you two blabbering about? It's okay, John. I don't have a clue either.
It seems the dust is settled on day one of Patricia Rowland's trial.
yes, while decision has yet to be reached, I would say a guilty verdict is quite likely. I'm sure a thorough investigation into her connection with Blaze will be conducted as well. After seeing Sebastian today, I know we can put our faith in him.
Just like Kay, Sebastian is also in the midst of training for the future ahead.
I see. When you say it like that, I guess we have more in common than I thought. I said a few mean things to him, so the next time we meet, I'd like to apologize to him.
I'm sure you will get your opportunity, but for now...
Yes, at present, solving this case is our top priority.
Okay, well, let's talk to little Johnny then. Oh, John also has...
What do you want?
Oh god, he has his own theme music.
John, I'd like you to tell me the exact details of your kidnapping.
You were kidnapped at the garbage pickup area, right? Why don't you go there? You don't have to act as a go-between. I can just talk to the old man directly. So he says, looks like he's finally starting to warm up to you. I went to the garbage pickup to throw away the flowers I found on the body. It was nearby, and I thought it'd be harder to find there than if I just tossed them in a trash can. I went there last night, too, but the gate was locked.
And that's why you went there again today to dispose of them.
Yeah, but when I got there, someone suddenly grabbed me from behind. And you sleepy Z on you, right? Catching Z's is now super easy with sleepies.
Even though she was also a victim up to it, she seems to have taken a liking to the slogan.
Whoever grabbed me was really strong, but that's all I know. I have no idea who it was.
I see, so that's what happened. After the drugs wore off, did you notice anything about your surroundings?
Those drugs were brought to you by Sleepy's. Catching Z's is now super easy with Sleepy's. It was kind of cold when I woke up. I was in a dark, empty room. Boxes with foreign writing on them were lying around, so I figured I was in a warehouse. The whole place was like a giant refrigerator. It was a commercial warehouse.
That's right. Jean was rescued thanks to the collective efforts of Kay and Detective Gumshoe.
Since it was still a bit cold, the cooling unit's power must not have been cut for too long. For some reason, they didn't think to take my phone, so I used it to call for help.
I see. In any case, it's good that you're safe and sound, John.
I don't need your fake sympathy, old man.
What an incorrigible child.
He's just like a certain someone I know.
Okay, let's see. Where else can we... Oh, hey, a swing. It's a swing decorated with the face of an elephant. It looks like there's some kind of motor attached to the other side of the elephant.
There's one thought that has crossed the minds of every top-class swinger. If only I could do a full 360. With that powerful motor rotating the swing, that dream can finally be achieved.
Rotating with a motor? But wouldn't that be dangerous?
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't fulfill your dreams unless you're willing to take some risks.
Is that the real problem here?
Okay, well, let's check one more time. Maybe I missed one more thing. Okay, no, I didn't. Alright, so this has all been checked out. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright. Okay, so I checked that out. Oh, hey, the bear. This bear-shaped igloo is both cute and scary at the same time. I hereby declare this a bear glue.
It looks as though this igloo could fit 3 people inside.
Yeah, I bet you could live up to 3 years in this bear glue.
3 years? What about the summertime? The igloo would melt.
Mr. Edgeworth, say that again. Say that one more time.
The igloo would melt.
Tisk.
Maybe I should talk to this guy?
Shifu, I know it's not my place, but I have a request. Please, do a roll call, just like old times.
Just like old times, huh? Heh, what a lark. Guess I have no choice. Roll call.
1. I'm sorry. A roll call with one person is really lacking.
That's nonsense. It's got nothing to do with numbers. Even though you're the only one here, the pack is always one, right? If you think it's lacking, then howl loud enough to make up for the rest of the pack. Roll call.
1! Oh, 1.
That man, is he on the verge of tears?
You keep shoving irrelevant nonsense under my nose, and I'll chew it to pieces.
I think I should put this away for now.
The SS5 incident that occurred 12 years ago. I guess I should tell you everything. My old man failed to protect the country's #1 VIP because of that. He put everything on the line in his hunt for the culprit after the incident. During that time, my old man, he was like a lifeless ghost. If he had just caught his prey, he might have been able to forgive himself. But a true Roland, she managed to get away scot-free. My old man couldn't repay his debt to the president, nor could he unravel the case. So began the nightmare that our wolf pack still hasn't woken up from this day to this day. Satisfied?
When his clan's honor was damaged, young Lang's heart was wounded just as badly. Agent Lang, I can sympathize with your father's regrets. However, all we can do now is perform a thorough investigation of this case. I hope your words will serve as some kind of clue.
That's all you have to say? Sheesh. All that talking was a real waste of time. The fall of my old man was also the fall of the Lang clan, the family that failed to protect the president. That's what we became. My old man started to investigate the case like he was possessed.
Could someone so driven by obsession truly conduct a proper investigation?
Sheesh! You really don't pull your punches, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't think I blindly trusted in his investigation just because he's my old man. His investigation was meticulous down to the last detail. Apparently, Apparently, he even conducted a thorough interview with each and every kid at the orphanage.
He interviewed every child. I wonder how fruitful his results were.
After the SS5 incident, the president completely changed. Well, he must have felt like his trust had been betrayed. I guess it's only natural. He cut off all ties with the Lane clan, putting an end to our deep bond of trust. My old man wanted to at least apologize in some way. So he tried to go see the president more times than I can count. Of course, the president refused to meet with him. He wouldn't even give him the time of day. I don't know if it was from the bodyguards, but there were times he'd come back all beaten up. But me standing around talking about the past doesn't do jack, does it?
I shall be the judge of that. For now, just keep telling us what you know.
You're still as tactless as ever. Well, I figured you'd say as much.
Okay, so yeah, alright. Oh, whoop, damn it, again, alright. Fair enough, okay, it sent me to the menu I wasn't expecting to go back to.
Damn it! You don't have to show me that. Whoever killed the president. You can be damned well sure I'm gonna catch him.
Agent Lang, whenever President Huang is brought up, he seems to lose his composure.
I kind of feel bad for Mr. Lang. Isn't there anything we can do for him?
Yes, and it is for that reason we must listen carefully to what he has to say.
Okay, yeah, irrelevant, okay, yeah, okay. Let's see, do I have anything else to work with? I do not. Like, I like how they say that size 11s are big shoes, but it's like I wear a size 14 actually, so, you know. Let's try presenting the bouquet to them, I guess.
That's right, I was trying to protect my mom. But what's so wrong about that?
Your desire to protect your mother is rather admirable. However, the same can't be said for your perjury.
Call it what you want. There's no way I could stand by and do nothing while my mom was being suspected.
John, you...
Mr. Edgeworth was only praising your bravery. He's also saying it would have been better if you were a bit more honest about it. That about sums it up, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, more or less.
And aren't you glad that he praised you, John? But, well, I guess, more or less.
Okay, so, What will happen to Ray K's love? And what haven't I checked out yet? Checked out the elephant swing. Checked out that. Wait a second.
Is there any evidence I haven't really looked over?
Age dead. Age 33. Wait. Wait, so she was 33 when she died, but... Wait. Wait a second. How much older was her... Because her boyfriend was 31 when he died. And that was 12 years ago. Man, I do not want to think about this, actually. This pillar appears to be burnt.
According to the files, it seems there was a fire on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see here. Huh? It says that one of the children at the orphanage spilled kerosene and set it on fire as a prank.
I guess that kid had far too much energy. And thanks to that, we can't make out any of the footprints near the main hall. Fire data jotted down in my organizer.
Oh, that was the last thing? Okay, fine.
We've learned pretty much all that we can about the situation at the time of the murder.
Oh, in that case, is there another scene you'd like to recreate?
Yes, would you do the honors? I would like you to recreate the scene when the victim witnessed the president's kidnapping.
Right, I'll recreate the scene based on Mr. Cameron's photo.
Mr. Cameron is standing in the middle of the flower beds.
And the president and his kidnapper are standing on the road.
My old man based his initial investigation on this man's eyewitness testimony. As a result, it led him to believe that the kidnapping and this facility were related.
And that's how he came to suspect the head of the orphanage, Patricia Rowland?
Yeah. But in court, Blaise DeBeste treated this testimony as if it meant nothing.
Why would he do that?
The president and his kidnapper were not standing inside the orphanage grounds, so a connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping was difficult to prove.
I see. It's not like they were seen inside the orphanage, after all.
No matter how much evidence the detectives gather at the crime scene, it doesn't mean squat if the prosecutor won't use it in court. Blaise DeBeste had some kind of connection with Patricia Rowland. I figured they had some kind of deal going on.
In other words, you think that Blaise was one of the kidnappers.
However, your father was convinced that Patricia Rowland was the culprit. Your father was a highly capable investigator, I presume. Might he have had some other basis for his conclusion besides the eyewitness testimony?
Yeah, I figure he did, but I have no idea what it was. My old man never really talked much about this case.
Agent Lang's father, Dai Long Lang, President Huang's most trusted confidant. And the truth he discovered was suppressed by Blaise DeBeste. First, we must find that hidden truth. I won't rest until I've suspected every suspicious... I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, hey, wait. I know something here.
About this snowman? When we recreated the scene where Mr. Cameron was killed, it had already melted. Its scarf was all soggy, and one of its button eyes was missing.
Indeed, at this stage it appears that most of its original form was still intact. Although, there's one spot that looks unnaturally lacking.
Poor thing. I bet some naughty kid must have plucked it off. Although, from a thief's perspective, that kid does have some promise.
Was it plucked off by one of the children at the orphanage? No, perhaps. It was taken by an entirely different person altogether? I can deduce stuff. Eureka! The snowman. Wouldn't you say it's missing something?
Ah, its right eye is missing.
Precisely. And what's more, that missing eye happens to be in our possession.
The button that Mr. Cameron was holding onto. It's got the exact same design as the snowman's left eye.
If we assume this button was indeed the snowman's eye, a huge contradiction arises. If this button is the snowman's eye, what contradiction arises? The victim was holding on to the button. Furthermore, the button was stained with blood. In other words, he grabbed the button after he was attacked. For example, if we were to picture it this way, after being struck in the back of the head, Mr. Cameron lost his balance. As he was falling, he reached out his hand towards the nearby snowman. However, it could not support his weight, and he collapsed while still grasping the button.
Huh? That means Mr. Cameron was near the snowman when he was attacked?
Indeed, at the very least, he must have been within arm's reach, However, it's quite clear that he would not have been able to reach it from his current position.
But Mr. Cameron's footprints only lead toward the flower bed.
Can we be certain that those footprints really are Mr. Cameron's? It seems we'll need to investigate them one more time.
Understood. I'll recreate the time the body was discovered scene one more time. These footprints should match up with Mr. Cameron's shoes, right?
Let's inspect them again. These footprints, are they really Mr. Cameron's?
They're from size 11 shoes, and these huge footprints match up with Mr. Cameron's shoes. No matter how you look at it, they're moving steadily toward the center of the flower beds.
But when Mr. Cameron was attacked, he grabbed the button from the snowman.
Even with a great thief's peak human conditioning, your arm just can't stretch that far. Let alone an ordinary civilian, it'd be completely impossible.
The footprints come from the shoes worn by the victim, just as the case files say. However, does that mean Mr. Cameron was the owner of these shoes? We should re-examine Mr. Cameron's shoes. These shoes should match the footprints. However, these shoes, it seems like they were not the ones originally worn by the victim.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you'll see the laces were tied strangely, and the size doesn't seem to fit quite right either. Victim shoes data jotted down in my organizer.
That would mean these huge footprints leading up to the victim's feet
Were most likely made by someone other than the victim.
So then the footprints leading to and from the victim's head must be Mr. Cameron's.
No, not necessarily. They seem a little too small to be the victim's footprints.
So none of the footprints are his? Then which way did Mr. Cameron walk from?
It's quite simple. The victim did not walk here on his own accord, but rather, he was carried here after he was murdered by the culprit. The question now becomes, where was he killed and carried from? Perhaps it was near the snowman after all?
So you want to create the scene... So you want to recreate the scene based on Mr. Cameron's eyewitness testimony? This is the moment of the incident where the president was being kidnapped. I've recreated the scene. Okay, so yeah, let's look at the snowman again. That's the one-eyed snowman. It goes all the way up to my shoulders. At this size, it's a gigaton class. You gotta hand it to the kids who made this.
I was hoping for some more diverse information instead of just its size.
A bucket hat, button eyes, and a wool scarf. It's fully equipped. All that's left is to knock it down with countless punches and kicks.
I was hoping for some more objective information instead of what you'd like to do to it. This is the president just before he was kidnapped at gunpoint.
The president was strong, but there's no way he'd win against a gun.
And Mr. Cameron photographed this scene from the middle of the flower beds. There's something highly unnatural about this.
It would have been impossible for him to grab the snowman's button from there.
Indeed. We should examine the state of the other recreation once more. Cameron took a photo of the president from this spot.
I And he also called Miss Crane, right?
At that time, the killer was already behind him.
Holding the murderous brick.
Okay, let's see. Alright. Mr. Cameron's body was moved. If we consider the button he was holding on to, it's highly likely that he was killed near the snowman. I should take a closer look. I won't rest until I've suspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
The snowman has become a sad sight to look at.
It can't be helped. The snow and ice both melt away with time.
Just like the mysteries of the cases you've solved, Mr. Udgett. As time passes, those mysteries melt away while you continue to keep your cool.
You do realize I'm racking my brain trying to solve those mysteries during a case.
There are some size 7 footprints going back and forth. According to the police files, these are the culprit's footprints.
Indeed. They seem to grow faint and disappear as they approach the road.
There's not much snow left on the road after all.
As expected, it'll be difficult to determine who these footprints belong to.
Wait a second. Brick! Brick! Brick!
Huh? There's a brick missing here.
Yep, there we go. Okay, we have some logic.
The rest are all in order. It's strange that only this one is missing.
It's logic time, baby. There we go. Okay, we got one.
Perhaps the missing brick was the one used as the murder weapon.
Ah, yeah, it seems to be just the right size to fit in that gap perfectly.
Alright, let's see. Brick near the snowman.
As I thought, it seems the murder actually occurred near the snowman.
Both the button Mr. Cameron was holding and the murder weapon came from there.
Indeed. Also, if we assume that the killer picked up the brick near the snowman, and then tried to sneak up behind Mr. Cameron.
Oh, Mr. Cameron totally would have seen the person picking up the brick.
Exactly. Okay, please update the recreation. Mr. Cameron was not in the middle of the flower beds, but near the snowman.
Okay, I'm on it. No matter how you look at it, this is strange. All the people involved
in the case are gathered in the same place.
Did we make a mistake here or something?
One piece of evidence this recreation is based on is odd. If I had to choose which piece of evidence is fake, which piece of evidence is likely to be fake?
The photo, of course.
Was this photo really taken by Mr. Cameron?
Huh? What do you mean?
We have proven that whoever killed Mr. Cameron also moved the body. For what reason would they have to deliberately move his body? Perhaps the culprit wanted to falsify the scene that Mr. Cameron witnessed.
And that's why they took a fake photo?
They made the president stand under the streetlight and took a photo with Cameron's camera. It would have been quite simple.
Now that you mention it, Mr. Cameron's camera only had one photo in it, right?
Indeed. In all likelihood, the original roll of film had been removed from the camera. And after loading a new roll of film into the camera, the fake photo was taken.
I see. So this photo must have been taken after Mr. Cameron was killed, right?
Cameron's photo data updated in my organizer. Exactly. And this was not the scene Mr. Cameron actually witnessed. It's likely that this photo is forged evidence.
Then, where did Mr. Cameron witness the president and his kidnapper?
The photo isn't the only piece of evidence that indicates what Mr. Cameron witnessed.
What? The testimony he left on the answering machine.
Precisely. We should listen to the recording one more time and confirm what was said. Where else could the president and his kidnapper have been?
In the fiery area, of course.
They were over there? So what's the basis for this claim?
Do I really need a basis for my claims?
In other words, you don't know, do you?
So it wasn't there.
Let's try remembering what Mr. Cameron said in his eyewitness testimony. Didn't he say something about the situation at the scene?
Indeed, Mr. Cameron's testimony should provide a major clue.
Oh, come on, you're not even gonna let me listen to it? Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, alright, that was also wrong. Okay, okay. This time we're going to we're going to look at the testimony. Okay, I'm in front of the facility now, but something's not right. Okay. The light just... Oh, okay. Wrong one. Wrong one. Okay, I understand now. I understand. I'm saving the game, though, just because I do not want to have to do all of that again, but I understand what's going wrong. And hopefully, that will wrap up the fucking investigation on this seemingly endless, and I do mean endless, It's here, because the light went out.
Mr. Cameron said this on the answering machine. The light just went off. I can barely see a thing now. There are only 2 places here where the lights are broken.
The light by the orphanage!
Okay, could you please update the recreation?
Roger!
This is... So the kidnapper was near the orphanage?
Indeed, with this we've shown the connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping.
So that's why they moved the body and took a fake photo to create false testimony, in order to remove any suspicion toward the orphanage in court.
With this, the state of the recreation has changed completely. The time the body was discovered has probably been greatly impacted as a result.
Then let's go check it out right away. Preparations are ready.
And since the state of the recreation has changed once again, I should press the Y button and select Change Recreation. Let's give it a try.
Such a weird fucking... I mean, we already knew how to do we had to do this back in... I've recreated the scene.
Originally, Mr. Cameron's body was here. In order to be consistent with the fake photo, he was moved to the center of the flower beds.
Then the footprints going back and forth from the body, could they be?
Indeed, there's only one possibility at the moment. These footprints were probably left when the body was moved to the flower beds. These footprints, are they really Mr. Cameron's?
Okay, so, yeah, we're not...
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The blood splatter above the snow. There certainly was a substantial amount. It's almost as if the murder was actually committed here.
But Mr. Cameron should have been attacked near the snowman.
Exactly. In that case, this blood must belong to someone else.
What? But the police report said this was Mr. Cameron's blood.
The one in charge of this case was DeBeste. It would have been simple for him to falsify that information.
But wouldn't it be faster to just clean up the bloodstains rather than falsify the information?
He wouldn't be able to do that. Think about it. Blaze knew that Mr. Cameron's body would be discovered here, in which case the forensic department would naturally become involved.
Ah, a luminol reaction. He would have discovered it with the power of science.
Precisely. It would have been difficult to completely erase all traces of the blood. However, falsifying the results of a blood test would be much easier in comparison. He would just have to switch the results from the forensic reports.
Ah, what a bummer. Knowing those documents I read were falsified. It looks like Mr. Cameron's clothes were completely soaked in blood.
If the blood scattered here got onto Cameron's clothes, that would mean at the time the bloodstains here had not dried yet.
I see. So then this certain somebody's blood was splattered here just a short while before Mr. Cameron was murdered.
Indeed, that's exactly right. However, if that's the case, wouldn't a new contradiction arise in the recreation? Mysterious bloodstain data jotted down in my organizer.
I'm not sure what I can deduce here, but
Let's take a look. Okay, we're just going to save again because again I do not want to. I don't want to. I just don't. Sorry. Okay. Because I am like down to my last nub of health at this point. Alright, so, okay. Let's see, is there anything else here? Examine.
Yellow flower's fallen here. It's called a lion lily.
Indeed, Francisca told us earlier. Apparently it comes from Asia.
Yep, in the language of flowers, I think it means the bond between partners in crime.
It's the bond between parent and child.
This seems to be the only area without any snow.
It must have been melted by the fire caused by the child at the orphanage.
The disasters just kept on coming for this orphanage. After the fire, multiple murders occurred.
Hmm? After the fire? If the snow had melted, wouldn't that mean... Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Yeah, see, look at that. Last nub of health. Alright, let's see. Okay, so let's see. Alright, so we got... Let's see, is there any logic I have? Okay, I need to deduce something, but I'm not sure what. Okay, let's see. Blood. Okay, yeah, no, I'm wrong. Okay, we're wrong here. That's fine. We're wrong. Okay, wrong answer. That's fine, though. Because I saved the game, and that's fine. It's okay. I'm good. I'm good. I just need this long-ass section to be over already. Oh my god. The blood.
This is a clear contradiction.
Huh? You mean this bloodstain?
Do you see how this bloodstain is broken up by the remains of the fire? And this is proof that the fire occurred after the blood had been scattered around the area.
Huh? But I thought the fire occurred before the murder.
It seems that information is suspect as well. If the fire had broken out after the murder...
Then the child who started the fire should have seen the body and the bloodstains.
Why then did they not come forward as a witness? It's likely that would have put Blaze at a great disadvantage.
Guess we'll need to investigate this fire in more detail. Hey, you!
Yes, sir.
There should be some records of the fire in the police department under a different case file. I want you to bring me every last investigation report about the fire.
Understood, Shifu.
Oh, and one more thing.
What is it, sir?
Contact the House of Leg in Zenfa. There should be evidence from this case in my old man's room.
What do you mean?
I just remembered why I recognize this scene. A long time ago, I saw a picture in my old man's room. It was a drawing resembling this scene.
What did you say?
However, I think it looked like something a child drew.
A child? Then the artist may have been the culprit behind the fire.
It should still be somewhere in my old man's room. Have them send it over here.
Understood, sir. Please tell me that thing. It's still going! How is it still going? Okay. How in the fucking...
Originally, Mr. Cameron... Okay.
Oh my god. How is this still going on for so long? How?
The story.
Okay, yeah, alright. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look.
Okay, I have one idea of what I have to do in order to progress. I feel uncomfortable doing it, so I'm going to just save again, just to make sure that I'm not being an idiot. And hopefully that will finally put an end to this, once and for all. Fucking hell.
If we suppose that Blaze was one of the kidnappers, it becomes more likely that what he dug up yesterday is connected to the abduction.
Ah,
What is it?
I figured it out. It was treasure. Treasure. Couldn't Blaze have dug up the ransom money?
The $100 million ransom? Buried in the ground until the heat had died down? It's certainly possible.
I know, right?
Monster's footprints data just updated in my organizer.
Finally! Thank you! Oh, I don't even get all my health back this time. Fuck you, game. Fuck you too, game. How long is this segment? Jesus Christ almighty.
Shifu, I'm back. I brought the info on the fire the kid started in a photo of the drawing in your father's office. And also, I've been waiting for this. Hurry up and hand them over.
The information held by Agent Ling's father.
This is it. It's exactly what I remembered.
This was the picture drawn by the child depicting the night of the incident.
It sure looks like it was drawn with a child's touch.
As I thought, the one who drew this is most likely the child who started the fire. The child's drawing data jotted down in my organizer.
Shifu! What now? Sorry, but it's gonna have to wait. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my old man had this?
Perhaps he obtained it during the course of his investigation into the incident. Although I don't know why he would have concealed it. Agent Lang, might I be able to see the details of the fire?
Yeah, sure.
Allow me to read it post-haste. The boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the night of the incident. It seems this boy went missing several days later.
What? Don't tell me that he witnessed something he shouldn't have.
That's horrible. He was only a child after all.
Well, I'd hate for that to be the case. We can't rule out the possibility entirely.
Huh? Apparently, the boy left some stuff behind at the orphanage and it was taken as evidence. What's this?
What's that doing here?
Mr. Prosecutor, do you recognize this?
Yes, I know one piece of evidence that's related to it. Which piece of evidence is related to what the boy left behind?
That's obvious. It's the fucking Mozilla doll.
I don't know what it's doing here. But isn't that the missing horn from this Mozilla doll?
No way! You mean this came off the president's?
You know of it?
Yeah, I've noticed the president kept it close by as a decoration. I always thought it was strange how one of the horns was missing.
If you twist the horn, this doll will play back any previously recorded audio.
So if we put the missing horn back in place, we might be able to hear a different recording.
Indeed, it is possible. The doll is currently on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower.
Hey, you! You heard that right?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Shifu, I've got it. The mighty Muzilla doll.
Well done. Give it to the prosecutor over there.
If we insert the horn found at the orphanage into the doll,
It's a perfect fit.
Well, can you hear anything?
Mr. Huang,
It's Amy. It's been a while. I saw the news that you would be coming to this country. I was really nervous about doing this, but I decided to send you a message.
oh shit.
Please stop the playback.
Judge Courtney,
What's wrong? Stop it now. It's a boy, your son. He's just been born. I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to tell you. His name is John. John Marsh. It's a fine name for him, don't you think?
Oh shit. I knew it.
Marsh?
Did she say John?
I'll be waiting in the courtyard of the orphanage at the midnight on February 9th. Even if it's just once, I want John to be able to meet you. I'm sorry if I'm being selfish, but I'll be waiting.
Shit. Oh fuck.
No way. That was my...
John.
What's the meaning of this, Miss Courtney?
John is not my biological son. He's adopted.
Did John know about this?
Of course he knew. John's mother, Amy Marsh, passed away about 5 years ago. She and I were cousins. Since we were young, we've always been really close. We were often mistaken for sisters. That's why, when she passed away, I thought it was only natural that I look after John. Also, there were circumstances which prevented me from revealing his father's identity. I never even told John his father's name.
And now it's all been revealed thanks to the recording on that doll. Did John's mother send the doll to the president?
Hey. John, was he the president? Really, my dad?
Yes, he was. Before you were born, Amy worked as a diplomat in Zhengfa.
A diplomat? So that must be how she became acquainted with President Huang.
Hang on. Didn't you tell me she worked at the orphanage?
Yes, after returning to this country, Amy left her job as a diplomat. She always had great passion for charity work, so she began working at the orphanage.
Hey, Miss Courtney. So this Amy girl, she called the president there herself, but she never showed up at the scene of the SS5 incident. What's with that?
Amy couldn't make it. Apparently, someone had been following her the whole night.
Perhaps it was Blaze. I can't say for certain, but it's possible that it was his doing.
After that, Amy never got another chance to see the president again.
So she died 5 years ago. This conversation must be painful for John.
All right. Hey, John, you thirsty? How about I buy us both some juice? We can go together.
I'm a part of this too. I'll listen until the end. Besides, I can afford to buy my own juice.
Oh, shut down by a kid.
Oh boy.
John, do you understand the reason I met with the president 2 days ago?
The secret meeting from 2 nights ago.
I wanted to tell him about Amy's death and that you were alive and well.
But
I see. That's why you couldn't tell us your reasons for meeting with the president until now.
I get it. She would have had to reveal his connection with John. I brought a bouquet of lion lilies so that he would understand I truly did know about Amy. Those flowers are a dear memory to the president and Amy. The first present she received from the president was a bouquet of lion lilies. But now even he has passed away. If only he were still alive. Perhaps I could have introduced him to John.
Shifu! I'm sorry to interrupt this atmosphere, but there's something I need to say.
Oh, what is it now? Can't this wait?
Well, actually, there's one last item that's been delivered here from Zhengfa. I have here the president's will.
What?
The president's will?
My old man received a great number of special medals from the president himself.
Okay. Token of his trust, the president left his will in the protection of the Lang clan.
is...
Agent Lang, does that will have something to do with the current case?
You bet it does. It says here, I hereby acknowledge John Marsh as my own son.
What? John's name is in the president's will?
Are you certain that will was written by the president?
Yeah, he entrusted it to the Lang clan even before the SS5 incident took place. They'll have to appraise it back home, but by the name of the Lang clan, this is the real deal.
Dijun Hong was the president of an entire nation. The existence of his son would have caused considerable controversy. However, he left behind a will just in case.
This makes it doubly sure. I still can't believe it myself, but there's no room for doubt. John Marsh, you are the son of Dijun Huang, president of Zhangfa.
Gumshoe's just like, I don't care.
John.
And he's running off. Oh, he ran away. John! And Jedworth chases after. To be continued. Jesus Christ almighty. This is a long one. God, I might actually... You know what? I'm going to finish this tonight, but I'm also... I'm going to finish this today, but I'm also splitting this into 2 sections because we're nearly at the 5-hour mark here, people. And this hasn't been, like, me dicking around like last time. No, this is, like, legitimate. So, let's save the data here. Okay, so as far as you guys are concerned, I'm calling it quits for now, but believe me, I'm going to record the rest of this today because we are too deep into this. So this has been Back to Log Off. I've been Professor Icepick, and I'm signing off for now. Take care, everyone.